Every moment you spend trying to control the world steals a moment you could have used to steady yourself. And most people don't realize this until life finally corners them. Until the plans fall apart, the people change, the answers don't come, and the future refuses to act the way they imagined. That's when the truth appears. Not the loud truth you hear from others, but the quiet one inside you. The one that whispers, "You were never meant to hold all of this." We grow up believing that strength means managing everything around us, fixing people, predicting outcomes, arranging life so nothing hurts. But that kind of strength is a cage. It exhausts you. It breaks you. It keeps you up at night, replaying moments you can't change and trying to rewrite chapters that were never yours to control in the first place. But there is another kind of strength, a quieter one, a deeper one, a strength the Stoics lived by, a strength that doesn't shout or demand or force the world into shape. Instead, it turns inward, it steadies the breath, it calms the mind, it teaches the heart how to stand firm even when life shakes everything around it. The Stoics believed that peace comes from mastering the space inside yourself, not the storms outside. That freedom begins the moment you stop trying to control what isn't yours and start shaping what is. Your reactions, your thoughts, your choices, your inner world. And when you do, something shifts. The world doesn't feel as heavy. Problems lose their sharp edges. People's behavior stops deciding your worth. And life, even with its chaos, becomes something you can walk through with clarity instead of fear. This journey you're starting now, these Stoic lessons, aren't about escaping life. They're about meeting it with emotional strength, about learning to stand steady in a world that never stops moving, about becoming the calm within your own storm. Tonight, let this be the moment you stop clenching the world in your hands and start holding your mind with compassion, wisdom, and control. This is where emotional strength begins, not out there, but in here. Sometimes the mind reaches a crossroads, one path filled with old reactions that tighten your chest, and another path you've never walked before. A calmer road where you're allowed to slow down, think clearly, and choose your next step instead of being dragged by emotion. That shift, small, quiet, almost invisible, is where your transformation begins. Not in forcing the world to bend, but in learning how to see it without letting it control you. What comes next is the first step into that strength. Most people live in a constant state of reaction. A comment, a tone, a text message, a change in plans. Everything becomes a trigger. Without knowing it, they hand their inner peace to the outside world, letting strangers, moods, and tiny inconveniences decide the direction of their day. But emotional strength begins when you stop reacting to the world as if it has the final say over your life. It begins when you interpret reality instead of instantly absorbing it. Interpreting reality is a discipline, not a talent. It asks you to pause between what happens and what you feel, to question whether your mind is telling you the truth, or simply replaying old fears. You might be surprised how often your first reaction has nothing to do with the present moment and everything to do with past wounds you never healed. A harmless comment can feel like an attack because long ago someone spoke to you in a tone that taught you to brace for pain. A delay can feel like rejection because you've known the sting of being forgotten. Your mind carries a library of old emotions, and when something touches a memory, it reacts before you even realize why. But this is where your power lies, not in erasing the past, but in learning to separate it from the present. The Stoics taught that events are never the problem. Your interpretation is. When someone cuts you off in traffic, the event is neutral. Your anger comes from the story you attach to it. They disrespected me. They think they're better than me. No one cares about anyone anymore. The reaction isn't caused by the moment. It's caused by the meaning your mind assigns to it. And when you learn to question that meaning, the emotional weight dissolves. This doesn't mean ignoring your feelings. It means understanding them. It means recognizing that you can feel something deeply without letting it control you. Emotional strength is not emotional suppression. It's emotional understanding. When your heart tightens, when your thoughts speed up, when your body reacts faster than your reason, this is your cue to pause. The pause is tiny, but it is powerful. That pause is the doorway where interpretation replaces reaction. Inside that pause, you can ask yourself the questions people rarely ask themselves. What else could this mean? Is my mind protecting me, or is it lying to me? Is this moment truly dangerous, or am I just uncomfortable? When you ask these questions, you take the reins back from your automatic emotional responses. You stop living like a candle flickering in someone else's wind. You stand on steadier ground. Over time, this discipline rewires your inner world. You begin seeing situations as layers rather than single meanings. You start noticing that people's behavior usually tells you more about their pain than your worth. You stop expecting perfection from life because you understand that chaos is not a sign of something being wrong. It is simply how the world moves. When your interpretation becomes wiser, calmer, and more grounded, your emotional world becomes softer, not weaker. Softer in the way a river is soft, flexible, adaptable, yet powerful enough to carve through stone. Interpreting reality also allows you to act instead of react. You respond to difficulties with thought instead of impulse. You make decisions with clarity instead of panic. You start seeing patterns in your own behavior that were once invisible, and those patterns, once understood, lose the power they held over you. The argument that used to escalate now dissolves. The criticism that used to wound now becomes feedback. The disappointment that once stole your whole day now passes through you like a cloud. This discipline, practiced daily, becomes a kind of inner mastery. You start to trust yourself because you are no longer ruled by emotional storms. You no longer fear conflict or uncertainty because you know you can meet them with a steady mind. And most importantly, you stop expecting life to be easy. You begin expecting yourself to be strong. This is the turning point. When you stop reacting to life and start interpreting it with honesty and calm, the world no longer feels so chaotic. You move from survival mode into awareness. You begin to notice small things that were always there. Your breath settling, your thoughts slowing, your decisions becoming deliberate instead of desperate. And slowly, almost quietly, you feel something rare. Control over yourself. Not the world, not other people, just yourself. And that is where emotional strength begins. When you begin seeing reality with clearer eyes, something unexpected happens. You start noticing how quickly life can pull you into old emotional habits. One comment, one delay, one unexpected shift, and the mind wants to slip back into familiar reactions. Not because you're weak, but because the mind prefers what it knows, even when what it knows hurts you. This is where the next layer of inner strength appears, quietly but powerfully. The strength to choose your reactions long before life pressures you to use them. There's a subtle truth most people never learn. Your reaction in a difficult moment is shaped long before the moment arrives. Emotional chaos doesn't begin in conflict. It begins in a mind that hasn't prepared for conflict. The Stoics understood this deeply. They didn't wait for life to hit them before deciding how to respond. They chose their responses in advance, the same way a traveler packs before the journey. Not because they expected suffering, but because they knew the world is unpredictable and preparation is a form of peace. Pre-deciding your reactions is the art of meeting life with readiness instead of panic. It's the quiet work you do when nothing is wrong, so you don't fall apart when something is. It's telling yourself, when things go wrong, I will not collapse. When someone speaks with anger, I will stay steady. When uncertainty appears, I will not rush into fear. These are not empty words. They are instructions you give your nervous system. Instructions that shape how you show up when life becomes difficult. Most people wait until they are overwhelmed to think about self-control. They try to calm themselves in the middle of emotional fire, but that's the hardest time to learn anything. The mind can't reason clearly while burning. That's why pre-deciding matters. You build emotional habits before you need them. You rehearse the calm before the storm. You strengthen your inner voice before the outer world tests it. This is not the same as predicting the future. You're not trying to guess what life will throw at you. You're training yourself to respond with stability no matter what appears. For example, if you are often triggered by criticism, you can choose in advance to pause before reacting, to breathe before defending yourself, to question whether the words are meant to harm or simply reflect someone else's struggle. If impatience is your weakness, you can prepare yourself by deciding that delays will be met with acceptance, not irritation. These decisions might feel small, but they rewrite the patterns that once controlled you. Pre-deciding your reactions also frees you from emotional impulsiveness. When you know how you want to respond, you're no longer pulled into the emotional energy of others. Someone else's anger doesn't automatically create anger in you. Their fear doesn't become your fear. Their chaos doesn't enter your mind. You become a steady presence in unstable moments. People feel this difference too. They sense your calm even when they cannot name it. And that calm influences them without you having to say a word. Another benefit of this practice is clarity. Pre-deciding your reactions prevents you from making decisions based on temporary emotions. When life pressures you, your nervous system tries to protect you by choosing fast reactions, self-defense, avoidance, anger, withdrawal. But these reactions often create regret. When you've already chosen your principles, your decisions come from stability, not emotion. You no longer say things you don't mean or act in ways that contradict your values. You stay aligned with who you want to be. This discipline also strengthens your sense of identity. Many people don't know who they are in difficult moments because they've never decided who they want to be. When pressure hits, they become whatever the emotion dictates. But when you pre-decide your reactions, you choose your character ahead of time. You shape the version of yourself who shows up when life becomes overwhelming. That version of you becomes consistent, dependable, grounded. You stop abandoning yourself in hard moments. Another layer of this practice is preparation through reflection. At the end of each day, you can look back and ask where you reacted automatically, where you lost yourself to emotion, where you felt pulled off center. These reflections help you understand your patterns, and once you understand them, you can begin designing better reactions for the next time. This is the quiet work that turns emotional weakness into emotional strength. None of this removes life's unpredictability. Life will still bring moments that shake you. But when you've pre-decided your reactions, you don't face those moments empty-handed. You face them with a mind that knows where it stands, a mind that chooses how to respond instead of collapsing into old habits. This is where control truly begins, not in changing the world around you, but in shaping the person you become within it. When you've already chosen your reactions, life loses its power to drag you into chaos. You stop living in survival mode and start living with intention. And slowly, without loud victories or dramatic changes, you begin to experience something rare, the peace that comes from knowing you are prepared for whatever comes next. Before you can choose your reactions ahead of time, something deeper begins to shift inside you. You start noticing that your emotions are not random storms. There's a structure to them, a rhythm, a pattern. And the more aware you become, the more you see that your inner world is like a country without leadership when you're not paying attention. Every feeling wants to rule. Every impulse tries to take the throne. Every worry tries to rewrite the laws of your peace. This is where the next lesson rises, not loud, but firm. The moment you take back the seat of authority within yourself. There's a quiet truth many people spend their whole lives avoiding. If you don't govern your emotions will govern you. They'll pull you in every direction, shift your mood without warning, and make choices on your behalf long before your logic has a chance to speak. One stressful thought can become a dictator. One fear can become a law. One insecurity can become a policy that controls your entire day. Internal sovereignty is the discipline of reclaiming that power. Not through force, not through suppression, but through conscious leadership of your own inner life. It means you stop letting emotions run wild and start guiding them with clarity. It means you recognize your mind as territory you are responsible for, not a battlefield you abandon whenever things get intense. Most people think of emotions as uncontrollable forces, but emotions are actually messengers. They tell you where you hurt, where you hope, where you fear, where you need healing, but messengers are not meant to lead. A government that lets every messenger rewrite the rules would collapse. So does a mind that lets every emotion take over. When you become your own emotional government, you learn to listen without obeying. You feel without surrendering. You allow emotions to speak, but not to rule. Anger can voice its concerns, but it does not get to make your decisions. Fear can warn you, but it does not get to define your choices. Sadness can express itself, but it does not get to write your future. You lead, you decide, you set the direction. Internal sovereignty also means creating order where there used to be chaos. Many people unknowingly let their emotions contradict each other, wanting peace but feeding stress, craving clarity but drowning in overthinking, desiring freedom but clinging to control. Emotional sovereignty aligns your inner life so you stop working against yourself. You begin choosing thoughts that match the life you want, instead of habits that reinforce the life you want to escape. Another part of sovereignty is building emotional laws, principles you commit to no matter what your mood is. For example, I will not speak from anger. I will not act from fear. I will not respond until I am steady. These laws become your internal constitution. They remain firm even when your emotions demand otherwise. And the more consistent you are, the more your emotions learn that you are in charge, not them. But sovereignty is not about rigidity. A good leader knows when to be firm and when to be gentle. Internal sovereignty requires compassion for yourself. It's understanding that emotions are not enemies, they are citizens of your inner world. When treated with patience, they cooperate. When judged harshly, they rebel. When ignored, they grow louder. When understood, they settle. Becoming your own emotional government means leading with empathy, not dominance. It also means managing your inner environment. Your thoughts, habits, and choices create the psychological climate you live in. If your mind is filled with self-criticism, envy, catastrophe thinking, or unresolved wounds, you create an environment where emotions become unstable and unpredictable. Sovereignty means creating conditions where your emotions can function without overwhelming you, through rest, through silence, through boundaries, through reflection. One of the most powerful parts of sovereignty is choosing what and who you allow into your mental territory. Not every opinion deserves entry. Not every worry has value. Not every memory needs to be preserved. Not every person earns the right to influence your emotional state. Internal sovereignty teaches you to guard your peace with intention. You stop letting external chaos walk into your mind uninvited. You stop giving strangers the authority to decide your mood. You stop allowing past pain to dictate your present identity. This form of inner leadership also builds emotional stability. When you stand as the steady center of your own mind, life's unpredictability becomes easier to navigate. Difficult moments don't shake you as deeply because your emotional government is not replaced every time something goes wrong. You remain consistent even when the world around you isn't. Internal sovereignty helps you rise above impulsive responses. It teaches you that feelings are temporary, but the consequences of reacting to them are not. It gives you the strength to choose wisdom over urgency, clarity over chaos, intention over impulse. And as you grow in this discipline, you begin to experience something rare. Your emotions stop fighting each other. They begin working together, aligned under your leadership. This is the moment you realize something powerful. Emotional strength is not about controlling feelings. It's about governing them. It's about creating an inner world where peace is not an accident. It's a decision. Where clarity is not a wish, it's a practice. And where you become the trusted leader of your own mind, steady enough to navigate life without surrendering yourself every time pressure appears. From this place of sovereignty, the next steps in emotional mastery unfold with far greater ease. When you begin ruling your inner world with steadier hands, something else becomes clear. Most of your emotional exhaustion doesn't come from the big storms. It comes from the tiny moments you hold on to long after they should have passed. A tone that bothered you, a comment that stung, a mistake that replayed itself in your mind. Small things, but carried quietly, endlessly, until they become heavy. This is where the next layer of strength emerges, not in grand acts of letting go, but in the subtle art of releasing things the moment they arrive, before they grow roots in your mind. Letting go is often taught as something you do after the damage is done, after the argument, after the disappointment, after the emotional crash. But the truth is, most of the pain comes from the hours, days, and weeks you spend holding on to what could have been released in seconds. Micro-detachment is the practice of catching the weight while it's still light. It's the ability to stop yourself from carrying moments that were never meant to follow you home. This practice starts with awareness. Many people don't realize when they're holding on to something. Their mind latches onto a moment automatically. A misunderstanding turns into an entire story. A neutral expression becomes an insult. A small inconvenience becomes a personal attack. Without noticing, the mind begins stitching meaning into places where nothing meaningful happened. Micro-detachment intercepts this process. It teaches you to pause the very moment your mind begins to grip. And the moment is always small. A single second. A tiny internal shift. That is the doorway. Micro-detachment is not emotional suppression. It's not pretending that nothing affects you. It's the opposite. You acknowledge the feeling the moment it appears. You name it. You see it. You understand that it's trying to grab your attention. But then you gently refuse to carry it forward. You say to yourself, this feeling does not need to come with me. You let it move through you instead of settling inside you. This ability changes the texture of your entire day. Instead of storing irritations, you release them. Instead of replaying conversations, you close them. Instead of clinging to assumptions, you clear them. And what's left is space. Space for calm, space for clarity, space for presence. Emotional strength isn't about how much you can endure. It's about how little unnecessary weight you refuse to carry. One reason micro-detachment works so powerfully is that most emotions last far longer than they need to because we feed them. The mind replays, the body tightens, the inner dialogue repeats, strengthens, and adds fuel. Micro-detachment cuts the supply. When you stop feeding an emotion with attention, it dissolves. This is not spiritual theory, it's biology. The nervous system responds to focus. What you give attention to grows stronger. What you withdraw from weakens. Another layer of micro-detachment is learning to stop personalizing everything. This is one of the mind's most exhausting habits, assuming that every negative moment revolves around you. Someone's silence, someone's bad mood, someone's delay. The mind interprets it as a reflection of your worth. Micro-detachment teaches you to step back instantly and say, this might not be about me at all. Most of the time it isn't. People carry their own storms, unrelated to you. The quicker you release the assumption, the quicker you reclaim your peace. Micro-detachment also frees you from emotional snowballing. The way one small irritation becomes a bad hour, then a bad day, then a bad week. A single moment of letting go in real time prevents the spiral before it begins. You stop stacking frustrations on top of each other. You stop carrying the morning into the night. You stop allowing temporary discomfort to become long-term suffering. Practicing this doesn't require perfection. It requires presence. You may still notice the mind clinging. That's normal. But the difference is in catching it faster. At first, you may notice hours later, then minutes later, then seconds later, and eventually you catch it at the very first moment, the instant grip. And that is emotional mastery, seeing the mind reach out to hold something and softly refusing. This practice also develops a rare kind of emotional maturity. When you detach in real time, you show yourself that not everything deserves a reaction, not everything needs closure, and not everything is worth thinking about twice. You become selective with your energy, discerning, unbothered not because you're cold, but because you're wise. Micro-detachment also protects your relationships. When you no longer hold on to every small misstep, every imperfect moment, every slightly uncomfortable interaction, your connections become lighter and healthier. You stop over-analyzing people's behavior. You stop keeping emotional scorecards. You stop turning minor frictions into emotional wounds. This makes room for deeper understanding and less unnecessary conflict. And perhaps the most powerful part of micro-detachment is how it strengthens your sense of self. When you stop holding on to everything, your identity stops being shaped by fleeting moments. You begin to feel more like yourself, stable, grounded, steady. Life becomes less reactive and more intentional. The world loses its power to throw you off balance. Micro-detachment is not about being emotionless, it's about emotional precision. You choose what deserves space in your mind and what does not. You release the small things so you can stay strong for the things that truly matter. This is how you lighten your inner world, not by waiting for peace to arrive after the storm, but by letting go in the very moment the wind starts to rise. When you learn to let go in the small moments, something inside you begins to soften. The mind stops gripping so tightly. The heart stops bracing for every shift. Yet even with this growing skill, life will still test you in ways that hit harder, deeper, and faster than you expect. Chaos arrives without warning. A sudden problem, a harsh word, a changing plan, a wave of uncertainty. And in those moments, you feel the old instinct rise again. The urge to react, to tighten, to match the intensity of the world around you. This is the moment where the next lesson unfolds. Choosing inner stillness, even when everything outside you moves at once. Stillness is often misunderstood. Many people think stillness means doing nothing, staying silent, or detaching from the world. But stillness is not inactivity. It is a state of presence so steady that external noise cannot pull you into emotional turbulence. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the refusal to be internally shaken by it. There is a quiet power in deciding that chaos will not dictate the condition of your mind. This decision is not made with force, it is made with awareness. It starts by noticing the first signs of chaos in your body, the tightening of your chest, the quickening of your breath, the racing thoughts that want to scatter in every direction. These reactions are natural. Your nervous system is trying to protect you, but stillness begins when you recognize this and choose not to follow the panic. Inner stillness is built in the gap between what happens and what you choose to feel. When something unexpected hits, the world pushes you to respond immediately. The pressure feels urgent, demanding your emotion, your energy, your peace. But urgency is often an illusion. Most situations are not as time-sensitive as they feel. Stillness gives you back that perspective. You learn to pause, even if for only a few breaths, and that pause becomes the anchor that prevents the chaos from entering your mind. This ability becomes stronger when you stop trying to control external events. Chaos becomes most overwhelming when you believe you are responsible for fixing everything. But the truth is, you are responsible for very little. You cannot control people's moods. You cannot stop life from shifting. You cannot rewrite events that already happened. Stillness starts where control ends. When you release the belief that everything is your burden, your mind finally has room to breathe. Stillness also requires humility. It's the recognition that the world does not owe you predictability. Life moves in its own rhythm, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent. When you accept this, chaos loses its ability to shock you. It might still challenge you, but it no longer feels like a personal attack. It becomes part of the landscape, something to navigate rather than fight. And this shift in perception is what turns stillness into strength. Another layer of stillness is choosing focus. Chaos confuses the mind by pulling your attention in many directions at once. Stillness is built by returning to one thing at a time: the breath, the present moment, the step in front of you. When you narrow your focus, the overwhelming feeling dissolves. Instead of trying to solve everything at once, You guide yourself through one manageable action. It's not silence, it's clarity. Stillness also grows when you stop absorbing the emotions of others. Some people carry storms inside them, and they unknowingly spill that storm into every room they enter. A person's anger, fear, or negativity can be contagious if you're not grounded. Choosing inner stillness means choosing not to mirror the intensity around you. You don't meet anger with anger. You don't meet panic with panic. You become the calm point in the room. And this calm doesn't just protect you, it influences others without force. Another powerful aspect of choosing stillness is understanding the difference between reacting and responding. Reacting is fast, emotional, and automatic. Responding is slow, thoughtful, and grounded. Stillness allows you to respond instead of react, because stillness gives your mind the strength to stay steady long enough for clarity to emerge. When you move from clarity rather than fear, your decisions become wiser, your relationships healthier, and your burdens lighter. Inner stillness is also a form of self-respect. It is choosing not to let the world decide your emotional state. It is refusing to hand your peace to the first stressful moment that appears. It is standing in your own presence even when everything else feels unstable. This discipline gives you a sense of inner ownership. Your emotions become yours again, not something the outside world can manipulate. Stillness doesn't require a perfect environment. It's not something you wait for. It's something you practice in the middle of the noise, when you've had a long day, when plans fall apart, when frustrations pile up, when people are loud, when life feels fast. These are the moments where stillness becomes a choice, not a condition. And with practice, a quiet transformation happens. You stop fearing chaos. You stop feeling threatened by unexpected changes. You stop assuming that every difficult moment will break you. Because you've learned something powerful, chaos can exist around you without existing within you. This is the heart of emotional strength, not a life without storms, but a mind that remains untouched by the wind. Each layer of inner stillness clears a little more space inside you. And once that space appears, you start to notice something you couldn't see before. Most of the emotional weight you carry isn't caused by life. It's caused by the clutter inside your mind. Old worries stacking on new ones. Assumptions mixed with fears. Thoughts that don't belong to you. Expectations learned from others. All of it swirling together until your inner world feels crowded and noisy. This is where the next lesson becomes essential: the quiet art of emotional minimalism. Emotional minimalism isn't about feeling less. It's about carrying less. It's the decision to stop letting meaningless thoughts drain your energy. It's choosing simplicity over mental chaos. Most people let every passing thought take up space, as if the mind were an unlimited attic where everything can be stored. But the mind isn't infinite. It gets tired. It gets heavy. It gets overwhelmed. And when there is too much inside, even small problems feel enormous. This practice begins by recognizing the difference between what deserves space in your mind and what does not. Emotional clutter often comes from holding on to things that offer no growth, worrying about people's opinions, replaying old conversations, carrying guilt that serves no purpose, or trying to predict outcomes you cannot control. These habits weigh you down because they never resolve anything. They only drain you. Emotional minimalism teaches you to look at a thought and quietly ask, "Does this help me?" If the answer is no, you release it, not by fighting it or denying it, but by refusing to entertain it. Your attention is your energy. Where you place it determines the quality of your inner life. When you stop giving attention to thoughts that weaken you, they lose the power they once held. Another part of emotional minimalism is stripping away the unnecessary layers of interpretation you add to situations. The mind complicates things. A simple event becomes a story. A neutral moment becomes a judgment. A brief silence becomes a threat. Emotional minimalism removes the extra layers and returns situations to their true size. Most problems shrink immediately when you stop adding meaning that doesn't exist. This practice also frees you from emotional excess. Many people don't realize that they carry emotions that never belong to them: anger absorbed from others, fear adopted from childhood, guilt inherited from family dynamics, pressure taken from society. Emotional minimalism is the process of returning what isn't yours. When you stop carrying emotions that stem from someone else's pain, your own emotional landscape becomes clearer and lighter. Another powerful aspect is simplifying your internal dialogue. The mind loves complexity. It spins elaborate explanations, catastrophic predictions, and dramatic narratives that exhaust you. Emotional minimalism brings your inner voice back to calm, direct language. Instead of "everything is falling apart," you shift to "this is difficult but manageable." Instead of "everyone must be judging me," you move to "I don't know what they think and I don't need to." This shift rewires your nervous system. When the language becomes simpler, the emotion becomes lighter. The next layer of minimalism is releasing emotional multitasking. Many people try to feel, fix, analyze, and plan all at once. This overloads the mind and creates tension that becomes physical. Emotional minimalism teaches you to engage with one emotion at a time. When sadness appears, you give it a moment without trying to solve everything. When frustration arises, you address it without dragging 10 other issues into the moment. This single-focus approach brings clarity and reduces overwhelm. Minimalism also teaches you to let go of emotional souvenirs, things you replay out of habit, not necessity. Old arguments, past embarrassments, mistakes you've already learned from. These memories only stay alive because you revisit them. When you stop doing so, they lose intensity and fade. Letting go of emotional souvenirs isn't forgetting. It's choosing not to live in rooms you've already left. This practice extends to relationships as well. Emotional minimalism means no longer assuming responsibility for everyone else's feelings. You support people without sacrificing your stability. You listen without absorbing. You help without carrying their emotional load. This doesn't make you selfish. It makes you wise. A person drowning cannot save another. Staying grounded is an act of love for yourself and others. Another layer of emotional minimalism is choosing simplicity in expectations. High expectations create pressure. Unrealistic expectations create suffering. When you simplify what you expect from yourself, from others, and from life, you reduce disappointment and emotional turbulence. You give yourself room to breathe. The mind relaxes when it doesn't carry constant demands. Over time, emotional minimalism reshapes your inner landscape. You begin waking up with lighter thoughts. Your emotional reactions become fewer, softer, and quicker to settle. You find focus where there used to be noise. You make decisions with clarity instead of confusion. You stop feeling overwhelmed by small things because your mind is no longer cluttered. The world doesn't become easier. Your mind becomes freer. This freedom is subtle but powerful. It lets you move through life with a kind of quiet strength, a strength rooted not in how much you hold, but in how wisely you choose what to carry. Emotional minimalism teaches you that peace doesn't come from perfect circumstances. Peace comes from removing what stands between you and clarity. When you clear the clutter from your inner world, a new kind of sensitivity appears. You start noticing things you once overlooked. The way certain people drain you, the way certain environments change your mood, the way certain words stick to your mind even when you don't want them to. And with this awareness comes a realization. Much of the chaos you struggle with isn't born inside you. It enters from the outside. This is where the next step becomes essential. Building an internal firewall strong enough to protect your mind from intrusive influences that don't deserve a place in your inner world. Intrusive influences come in many forms. A careless comment that lingers. A pessimistic person whose negativity sinks into your thoughts. News designed to heighten fear. Social pressure that convinces you to doubt yourself. Even small interactions can create emotional noise if your mind is open to everything without boundaries. People often assume they're overwhelmed because they're sensitive, but in truth, they're overwhelmed because they never learned to filter what reaches their inner world. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology did. They believed that your peace depends not on what enters your life, but on what enters your mind. Their philosophy was simple. You cannot control the world, but you can control what you allow to influence you. This is the essence of the internal firewall, a mental boundary that protects your clarity, your emotional balance, and your sense of self. A strong internal firewall begins with discernment. Not every opinion deserves your attention. Not every behavior requires your reaction. Not every emotion you sense belongs to you. Discernment teaches you to separate the voices that matter from the ones that mislead you. When someone judges you harshly, discernment reminds you that their words often reflect their own fears, not your worth. When someone tries to pull you into their drama, discernment tells you that participation is optional. With discernment, you stop absorbing every signal around you. Another layer of the internal firewall is emotional filtering. Many people unknowingly let their environment shape their emotional state. If someone is angry, they feel tense. If someone is anxious, they feel hurried. If someone is bitter, they feel discouraged. But emotional filtering teaches you to sense other people's feelings without adopting them. You become an observer instead of an emotional sponge. This protects your inner world from unnecessary turbulence and helps you stay grounded even when others are not. The firewall also involves guarding your attention. Attention is the doorway to the mind. Whatever passes through it begins shaping your inner world. This is why intrusive influences often start small. You watch something negative out of curiosity. You scroll through content that heightens insecurity. You listen to someone complain long after the conversation should have ended. And gradually, these small exposures accumulate into emotional heaviness. Protecting your attention means choosing carefully what you consume, what you engage with, and what you allow to repeat in your mind. Another part of the firewall is learning to set internal boundaries, not just external ones. External boundaries involve limiting access to your time and energy. Internal boundaries involve limiting access to your thoughts. For example, you may not be able to stop someone from criticizing you, but you can stop their words from becoming your self-image. You may not avoid every stressful situation, but you can refuse to let stress define your emotional state. Internal boundaries are invisible, but they are often more powerful than the boundaries you set in the physical world. To strengthen this firewall, you must also become aware of your triggers. Intrusive influences often slip through the mind, because they touch an old wound. Criticism reaching an insecurity. Rejection touching abandonment. Chaos touching fear. When you know your triggers, you can guard them. You can recognize when something is trying to enter through the cracks of your past, and you can protect yourself with awareness instead of reacting blindly. Another important element is emotional neutrality. This doesn't mean being detached from life. It means refusing to let external events dictate your internal climate. Emotional neutrality allows you to evaluate situations from clarity rather than emotional bias. You stop assuming the worst. You stop personalizing moments that have nothing to do with you. You stop letting random comments bruise your identity. This neutral stance strengthens your firewall because it keeps your mind from being easily penetrated by negativity. And then there's the inner gatekeeper, the voice within you that decides what stays and what leaves. This inner voice often goes silent when people are overwhelmed, but emotional strength brings it back. Your gatekeeper says, "This thought isn't helpful," and releases it. "This fear isn't real," and it passes. "This pressure isn't mine," and it dissolves. The inner gatekeeper helps you maintain clarity by filtering the emotional noise before it settles. As your internal firewall grows stronger, you begin noticing a shift. You no longer feel drained after interacting with certain people. You no longer carry heaviness after watching or hearing something upsetting. You no longer take everything personally. You no longer feel controlled by the emotional chaos around you. Instead, you feel centered, even in environments that used to overwhelm you. Calm, even when others are not. Clear, even when the world is loud. This is the essence of mental sovereignty. You become the protector of your inner world. You choose what enters. You choose what stays. You choose what shapes your emotional state. And with this power comes a kind of freedom that external circumstances cannot take away. A freedom rooted in clarity, discernment, and a mind guarded by wisdom instead of fear. From here, the next layer of stoic strength begins to unfold with even greater depth. As your internal firewall grows stronger, something unexpected begins to reveal itself. You start noticing that comfort, while soothing, can quietly weaken the mind. Too much ease softens your resilience. Too much predictability lowers your tolerance for stress. Too much emotional cushioning makes even small challenges feel heavy. And suddenly you understand a truth the Stoics carried like a compass. Strength doesn't grow in comfort. It grows in chosen discomfort, controlled, intentional challenges that stretch the mind before life forces you into bigger ones. Voluntary discomfort is not suffering for the sake of suffering. It is emotional weightlifting. Just as your muscles grow by pushing against resistance, your emotional strength grows by engaging with small, manageable discomforts on purpose. This prepares your mind for the unpredictable storms of life, so those storms don't break you. They simply meet a mind already trained to handle intensity. Most people avoid discomfort automatically. Cold, silence, slowness, effort, uncertainty. These things make the mind restless. We reach for distractions, comforts, and escapes almost instantly. But avoidance has a price. Every time you avoid discomfort, your capacity shrinks. You become more sensitive, more reactive, more overwhelmed by things that wouldn't have bothered you had you built emotional strength beforehand. Voluntary discomfort reverses this. It strengthens the mind by teaching it that discomfort is not danger. When you face controlled challenges willingly, your nervous system learns to expand its tolerance. The anxiety decreases, the panic softens, the inner resistance fades. You stop perceiving every difficult moment as a threat. You start experiencing discomfort as something you can move through instead of something that controls you. One powerful form of voluntary discomfort is choosing silence. Not the comforting kind, but the kind where your thoughts grow loud. Sitting with yourself without reaching for a phone, a distraction, or a task forces the mind to confront what it usually runs from. This strengthens your ability to stay grounded in emotional noise. When silence no longer threatens you, chaos loses its grip as well. Another practice is doing things slowly. The modern mind is addicted to speed, quick answers, fast results, constant stimulation. Slowing down on purpose creates discomfort because it forces patience. When you train patience intentionally, you stop reacting impulsively in real moments of stress. You gain control over your pace instead of letting urgency dictate your emotions. There is also the challenge of doing things you usually avoid, having uncomfortable conversations, trying new activities, confronting inner fears before they grow into bigger shadows. Each small step into the uncomfortable expands your emotional capacity. What once triggered anxiety becomes manageable. What once overwhelmed you becomes familiar. Your emotional muscles grow stronger. Physical challenges also shift the mind. Cold showers, long walks when you'd rather rest, waking up earlier than you want. These acts aren't about proving toughness. They teach your brain that discomfort is survivable. And when your brain learns this through small physical challenges, it becomes calmer in emotional ones. The mind doesn't differentiate much between physical and emotional stress. Training one strengthens the other. Voluntary discomfort also helps reduce overthinking. When you're constantly protected by comfort, the mind has too much energy to spin stories, amplify fears, and create unnecessary tension. But when you challenge yourself intentionally, your mind becomes grounded. You reconnect with reality instead of spiraling into imagined problems. The more you push against small discomforts, the less mental space anxiety has to grow. Another layer of this practice is choosing tasks that require discipline. Doing something daily that is slightly difficult builds reliability within yourself. When you follow through despite discomfort, you develop trust in your own consistency. This trust becomes emotional armor. When life challenges you, you don't collapse into self-doubt because you've already proven to yourself repeatedly that you can endure effort. Voluntary discomfort also helps you build emotional humility. When you push yourself, you meet your limits, not in a punishing way, but in a revealing way. You see where you're fragile, where you resist, where your emotions flare. This awareness helps you grow without self-judgment. It teaches you that strength isn't the absence of weakness. It's the willingness to work with your weaknesses gently and consistently. Another important benefit is that discomfort teaches presence. When you're in a difficult moment, walking in the cold, pushing through a tough conversation, sitting with unease, you don't drift into the past or future. You return to yourself. You anchor into the present. This grounding effect reduces anxiety because anxiety thrives on imagining what could go wrong. Voluntary discomfort pulls you back into what is. Over time, a quiet transformation occurs. Your emotional tolerance expands. Stress no longer breaks you. Challenges no longer surprise you. You stop reacting dramatically to small problems because your mind is trained to handle more. Life stops feeling like a series of threats and becomes something you can navigate with steady strength. This is why voluntary discomfort matters. It gives you practice before life gives you pressure. It prepares your emotional muscles for moments you cannot predict. It builds a mind that remains steady even when the world is not. Strength built voluntarily becomes strength available automatically. This is how Stoics trained themselves, not to avoid difficulty, but to meet it with a mind already shaped by discipline, intention, and courage. And from this strength comes the next evolution of emotional mastery. Each act of voluntary discomfort strengthens the mind in ways that begin to show up in your daily life. Suddenly, you notice that you're not as easily pushed, not as quickly shaken, not as reactive as before. The space inside you feels wider, calmer, more aware. And in that space lies one of the most powerful tools the Stoics ever discovered. A tool so small, most people miss it completely, yet so transformative it can change the entire direction of your life. The tool is the pause, that tiny millisecond between stimulus and response. The brief moment where emotional fate is decided long before words leave your mouth. The Stoic pause is not silence, it is mastery. It is the decision to create space between what happens and what you do next. Most people live without that space. Something triggers them and they react instantly. A comment lights anger. A tone sparks defensiveness. A delay triggers fear. A misunderstanding becomes an argument. The body moves faster than the mind, and the moment is lost. But emotional strength begins in the gap. Small, invisible, but powerful enough to redirect an entire situation. The pause is the mind's way of saying, "Give me a moment before you let emotion take the wheel." This moment is not about denying how you feel. It's about allowing your awareness to rise before instinct takes over. When you pause, even for a fraction of a second, everything slows down. Your thoughts become clearer. Your breath steadies. The emotional impulse loosens its grip, and you regain control of the story before it writes itself without your permission. This millisecond is especially important because your first reaction is rarely your wisest. Your first reaction comes from habit, fear, or old triggers. But your second reaction, the one that comes after the pause, that's the one that reflects your character, your intention, your growth. The pause gives you access to that second reaction. Mastering the pause begins with noticing your internal signals. Your body always warns you before you react. The tightening in your jaw, the heat rising in your chest, the sharpness in your thoughts, the sudden increase in your heartbeat. These are signs that your emotions are preparing to respond for you. When you learn to catch these signals early, the pause becomes easier. You see the wave before it hits, and you take a step back instead of being swept away. The pause is also a way of protecting your relationships. Many conflicts would never escalate if people paused before reacting. Words spoken through anger cut deeper. Words spoken without thought can wound others and yourself. When you pause, you prevent temporary emotions from creating permanent damage. You give yourself a chance to respond with clarity instead of regret. Another layer of the Stoic pause is recognizing that not every moment needs your immediate energy. The world pressures you to respond quickly, to texts, to problems, to emotions, to expectations. But urgency is often an illusion that pushes you into mistakes. The pause allows you to separate true urgency from emotional urgency. Most things can wait a breath. Most conflicts can soften with a moment of calm. Most decisions become wiser when you give them space. The pause also teaches you patience with yourself. You begin to understand that emotions are waves. They rise, peak, and fall. If you wait just a little, the intensity fades. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What felt threatening becomes understandable. What felt personal becomes neutral. Emotions lose their control when you stop feeding them with immediate reactions. One of the most powerful effects of mastering the pause is emotional neutrality. Not coldness, not detachment, just clarity. When you pause, you step out of your emotional frame long enough to observe what's actually happening. You see the situation without exaggeration. You see the person without projecting your fears. You see the moment without adding unnecessary meaning. This clarity turns emotional storms into passing clouds. The pause also protects you from yourself. A quick reaction often comes from ego, the need to defend, prove, or win. But when you pause, the ego quiets down. You remember that not everything is a threat. Not every disagreement is an attack. Not every mistake defines you. With ego softened, you respond with wisdom rather than pride. Over time, the pause becomes second nature. You begin pausing before responding to frustration, before taking offense, before making assumptions, before jumping to conclusions. And each pause builds emotional strength like a muscle. You stop living at the mercy of impulses. You begin living from intention. The world around you may still be chaotic. People may still behave unpredictably. Situations may still surprise you, but your reactions become deliberate, calm, and grounded. You respond to life instead of being pulled by it. You become the steady force in the room, not because nothing affects you, but because you choose how you let things affect you. This is the power of the Stoic pause, a single breath that changes everything. A moment between emotion and action where you choose who you want to be, not who your impulses want you to become. And from this mastery, a deeper level of emotional strength begins to rise. As you begin mastering the pause, something subtle shifts inside you. You start to see that control isn't really about winning moments. It's about not losing yourself inside them. And this realization becomes even more important when life hands you something everyone eventually faces: loss. Not just loss in the dramatic sense, but the small daily losses that quietly shape you. The missed opportunities, the broken expectations, the plans that didn't unfold the way you hoped. The moments where life simply says, "Not this time." Most people crumble in these moments, not because they are weak, but because they were never taught how to lose without losing themselves. They tied their identity to outcomes, their worth to success, and their stability to things far outside their control. So when something slips through their fingers, they fall with it. But Stoic strength offers another path, a way to experience loss without letting it reshape your sense of self. Learning to lose without losing yourself begins with understanding that loss is not a sign that something is wrong with you. Too often people internalize losing as personal failure. A job rejection becomes, "I'm not good enough." A breakup becomes, "I'll never be loved." A setback becomes, "I'm cursed." The mind takes one event and turns it into an identity. But loss is not personal, it's universal. It doesn't mean you're inadequate, it simply means you're human. This shift matters because it breaks the emotional fusion between outcome and identity. You start realizing that you can fail at something without being a failure. You can lose something without being lost. You can be rejected without being worthless. When you separate who you are from what happens to you, loss stops penetrating your core. It becomes an event, not a definition. Another layer of this strength is accepting that life will not always match your expectations. Stoics understood that suffering often comes from insisting that life unfold only in the way you prefer. But life has its own rhythm, one that doesn't bow to your plans. When you learn to lose well, you stop fighting reality every time it shifts. You stop demanding that outcomes obey you. Instead, you learn to move with life, not against it. This doesn't weaken you, it frees you. Learning to lose well also means protecting your internal narrative. When things fall apart, the mind tries to fill the silence with stories, dark ones. Stories of blame, fear, shame, self-criticism. If left unchecked, these stories become emotional scars. But when you lose without losing yourself, you become the editor of your own story. You choose the meaning that loss will carry. Instead of, "This proves I'm not enough," you shift to, "This is redirecting me." Instead of, "Everything is falling apart," you shift to, "Something new is beginning." Your story becomes supportive rather than destructive. Another key to losing without losing yourself is acknowledging your emotions without letting them consume you. Loss hurts. There's no denying that. Pretending otherwise is denial, not strength. But strength is choosing to feel the emotion without letting it reshape your identity. You allow the sadness to move through you, but you don't let it define you. You acknowledge the disappointment, but you don't let it poison your self-worth. Emotions pass faster when they are felt, not feared. Learning to lose well also requires understanding that loss is not an ending, it's a space. A space where new direction can enter. A space where strength can grow. A space where clarity reveals what truly matters. People often fear loss because they don't trust the space it creates. But that space is where the mind resets, where the heart realigns, where your next chapter quietly gathers itself. Losing something is not a void, it's preparation. Another layer of this practice is choosing dignity over despair. When things go wrong, it's tempting to collapse, lash out, or cling to what's slipping away. But losing with dignity means meeting the moment with groundedness. It means standing in your own worth, even while something is being taken from you. It means saying, "This hurts, but it won't break me." Dignity doesn't remove the pain, but it keeps your identity intact. There's also a discipline in redirecting your attention. After loss, the mind wants to replay everything, searching for what could have been different. But this keeps you tied to a moment that no longer exists. Learning to lose well means gently guiding your focus forward, not through force, but through intention. You remind yourself that the future still holds possibilities, even if they're different from the ones you imagined. Over time, losing without losing yourself becomes a kind of emotional immunity. You stop fearing the possibility of failure because you know it cannot destroy you. You stop holding your desires so tightly that losing them breaks your spirit. You become braver in your decisions because your identity is no longer tied to winning. You become more open to change because you trust your ability to rebuild. And something remarkable happens. You begin approaching life with more courage, not less. When you're no longer terrified of losing, you become freer to try, to risk, to love, to explore. Loss no longer threatens your stability because your stability comes from within, not from the outcomes you chase. This is the Stoic way of losing, with presence, with clarity, with dignity, and with unbroken identity. And from this strength rises the next stage of emotional mastery, where loss no longer defines you, but wisdom does. When you learn to lose without losing yourself, something inside you becomes steadier, almost unshakable. You start realizing that emotional pain doesn't have to be a dead end. It doesn't have to sit inside you like a weight you're forced to carry. And this is where one of the most powerful Stoic principles comes alive, a principle that doesn't just help you endure difficult emotions, but helps you transform them into strength. not by resisting them, not by denying them, but by recycling them into something useful, something empowering, something that sharpens you instead of breaking you. Emotional recycling begins with a simple truth. Emotions are energy. They rise with intensity, they demand to be felt, and they often leave behind residue, fear, frustration, regret, sadness. Most people take these emotions at face value. They let anger become bitterness. They let fear become avoidance. They let sadness become hopelessness. They let stress become exhaustion. But emotional energy doesn't disappear. It just changes form, depending on what you do with it. The Stoics learned to take the raw energy of negative emotions and channel it towards something constructive. Instead of letting anger become aggression, they turned it into clarity. Instead of letting fear become paralysis, they turned it into preparation. Instead of letting sadness collapse them inward, they turned it into reflection. Negative emotions became raw material for growth. Recycling emotions begins with naming what you feel without shame. The moment you label an emotion, you take away its power to overwhelm you. You turn confusion into clarity. You turn chaos into something you can work with. When you say, "This is fear," instead of trying to hide it, the emotion softens. When you say, "This is anger," instead of pretending you're fine, the heat loses its edge. Awareness transforms emotional intensity into something you can shape. The next step is asking a key question. What is this emotion trying to show me? Negative emotions are rarely random. Anger often points to boundaries you ignored too long. Fear highlights areas where you feel unprepared. Frustration reveals misaligned expectations. Jealousy uncovers parts of you that want growth. Sadness often points to something meaningful that needs attention. When you treat emotions as signals rather than threats, you turn pain into guidance. Recycling emotions also requires redirecting their energy. For example, anger gives you intensity. That intensity can fuel discipline, action, courage, or resilience if you redirect it. Fear gives you caution. That caution can become preparation or awareness if you guide it. Sadness gives you depth. That depth can turn into empathy, reflection, or clarity if you sit with it honestly. Every negative emotion carries a hidden strength when you refuse to let it calcify into suffering. Another aspect of emotional recycling is refusing to let emotions stagnate. Unprocessed feelings become emotional toxins. They get stored in your body. Tight shoulders, clenched jaw, shallow breath. They cloud your mind. They distort your perception. But when you engage with emotions directly, you prevent them from settling. You move them through instead of letting them build pressure. This is why expressing emotions through writing, talking, movement, or silence matters. You give the emotion a path forward instead of letting it stay trapped inside you. Recycling emotions also involves learning the difference between reacting and transforming. Reacting is immediate, automatic, unconscious. Transforming is intentional. Transforming a negative emotion might look like asking yourself, "How can I use this?" Or, "What opportunity is hidden inside this discomfort?" The moment you ask those questions, you shift from victim of emotion to manager of emotion. You take ownership of the energy instead of letting it control you. Another powerful layer is the practice of reframing. Reframing is not pretending everything is positive. It's choosing a perspective that empowers you. Instead of seeing discomfort as punishment, you see it as strengthening. Instead of seeing failure as proof of inadequacy, you see it as refinement. Instead of seeing setbacks as obstacles, you see them as redirections. Reframing turns emotional weight into emotional workout. Recycling emotions also means refusing to shame yourself for having them. Many people judge themselves harshly for feeling afraid, overwhelmed, angry, or insecure. But this judgment adds a second layer of suffering. Emotional recycling removes the judgment and treats emotions as natural experiences. When you stop criticizing yourself for feeling, the emotion loses its intensity much faster. Judgment is emotional glue. Acceptance is emotional movement. A deeper part of this skill is using emotional pain as fuel for self-awareness. Pain is often the first indicator that something inside you needs attention, an outdated belief, an unhealed wound, a limiting pattern. When you use emotion as a compass, not a punishment, you grow into a wiser version of yourself. The pain becomes feedback rather than identity. With practice, emotional recycling becomes a form of emotional alchemy. Anger sharpens you, sadness deepens you, fear grounds you, disappointment humbles you, frustration reveals where you need boundaries. Every emotion becomes part of your strength when you refuse to let it remain in its raw, unrefined form. And the transformation doesn't just happen inside you. It changes the way you move through the world. You stop fearing negative emotions. You stop running from discomfort. You stop avoiding difficult conversations. You become more stable, more adaptable, more self-aware. People feel the difference in you. You feel the difference in yourself. This is the Stoic way of dealing with emotion, not by crushing it, not by escaping it, but by transforming it into something that strengthens you rather than weakens you. Each emotional challenge becomes fuel for clarity. Each negative feeling becomes raw material for resilience. And from this practice, your emotional strength grows into something quiet, powerful, and deeply grounded in wisdom. As you learn to transform negative emotions into strength, something else rises to the surface, something subtle, something easily missed unless you're paying close attention. You begin noticing how much of your emotional pain doesn't come from what people mean, but from how they sound. A sharp tone, a frustrated sigh, a clipped message, a rushed response. Human communication is filled with noise, and the emotional mind tends to react to the noise instead of the message. This is where the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery emerges, the discipline of responding to someone's intent, not their tone. Most people never learn this skill. They hear a tone that feels unpleasant and instantly assume the worst. Defensive walls rise, old wounds activate, interpretations twist, and before anything has been clarified, the emotional reaction has already taken control. But tone is often an unreliable guide. It's filtered through stress, exhaustion, personality, upbringing, cultural habits, or someone's own emotional battles. Intent, on the other hand, is deeper, quieter, and far more important. It tells you what the person is truly trying to communicate beneath the surface noise. Responding to intent begins with releasing the assumption that tone equals attack. Many people speak harshly when they're overwhelmed, not because they're angry at you, but because their mind is under pressure. Some people sound short, not because they disrespect you, but because they're tired or distracted. Others have naturally blunt communication styles that come from their upbringing, not from hostility. When you learn to listen for intent, you stop taking every tone personally. You stop letting your emotional state be dictated by someone else's temporary inner storm. One of the most powerful shifts in this practice is recognizing that tone is often a reflection of someone's emotional state, not your value. When you respond to tone, you react emotionally. When you respond to intent, you react intelligently. You give yourself room to understand rather than assume. This creates space for clarity instead of conflict. Listening for intent requires slowing down the moment. When someone speaks sharply, your instinct might be to match their intensity, defend yourself, or withdraw. But the stoic pause gives you the space to ask, what are they actually trying to say beneath the tone? Often the message is not nearly as harsh as the sound. A rushed "what" might really mean, "I'm stressed and didn't hear you." A stiff reply might mean, "I'm overwhelmed and don't have energy." Tone is a surface reaction. Intent is the truth underneath. This practice also protects your relationships. Many arguments escalate not because of the content, but because of tone-based misinterpretation. When you focus on intent, you prevent unnecessary conflict. You create a safer emotional environment for both people. You stop fighting battles that don't actually exist. Responding to intent also strengthens your emotional maturity. It helps you become less reactive, less defensive, and more grounded. You're no longer driven by the need to protect your ego every time someone speaks imperfectly. You start choosing understanding over impulsive responses. And this shift, though subtle, changes everything. Your interactions become smoother. Your relationships deepen. Your emotional energy is no longer wasted on misunderstandings. Another powerful part of this practice is remembering that you, too, sometimes speak with a tone that doesn't match your heart. Think about the moments when stress made your voice tighter, or fatigue made you sound irritated, or distraction made you seem uninterested. You weren't trying to hurt anyone, you were just human. When you extend this understanding to others, compassion enters your communication. You give people the grace you often hoped they'd give you. Responding to intent also teaches you to ask direct questions instead of assuming negative meaning. Instead of reacting to tone with hurt or anger, you can ask, "Are you okay?" Or, "Did you mean it that way?" Or, "Is something bothering you?" These small questions often reveal truths that tone masks. People open up. Misunderstandings dissolve. Emotional walls lower. You discover that much of what felt personal never was. Another important element of this skill is strengthening your emotional boundaries. When you respond to tone, you let external noise enter your inner world. When you respond to intent, you stay anchored in your own clarity. You protect your emotional state. Tone hits the surface level of communication. Intent reaches the deeper meaning. When you train yourself to look deeper, you rise above the emotional turbulence that tone often triggers. This practice also teaches you the art of emotional neutrality. Instead of judging tone as rude or disrespectful, you learn to observe it without attaching meaning. You understand that tone is shaped by countless invisible factors: sleep, stress, mental load, personal insecurities, unspoken worries. You stop assuming that someone's tone is a reflection of how they feel about you. This neutrality frees you from unnecessary emotional reactions and creates room for healthier, calmer interactions. Responding to intent doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. It means discerning the difference between genuine disrespect and unpolished communication. It means choosing clarity over assumption. If someone's intent is harmful, this practice helps you recognize it directly without being clouded by emotional reaction. But most of the time, intent is harmless. It's tone that's rough. Over time, this discipline changes how you show up in the world. You become harder to provoke, Miscommunication loses its power to throw you off balance. You no longer respond to every emotional spark with emotional fire. You begin communicating with more patience, more clarity, more steadiness. People feel safer around you because you don't explode at small things. You become the grounding presence in conversations, the steady anchor instead of the reactive flame. And the deeper transformation is this: you stop letting tone control your emotions, and you start letting understanding guide your responses. Intent becomes the compass. Emotional clarity becomes your default mode. You move through communication with wisdom instead of impulse. And from this steadiness, the next level of emotional mastery quietly begins to unfold. As you grow more skilled at responding to intent instead of reacting to tone, something powerful begins to unfold inside you. You start noticing how much of your emotional pain used to come from a fragile sense of self. A self that rose and fell depending on the day, the mood, the validation, the outcome. When someone approved of you, you felt worthy. When someone rejected you, you questioned everything. When life went well, you felt confident. When life became difficult, you felt small. This unstable foundation creates constant emotional turbulence, and this is where the next evolution of Stoic strength becomes essential. Anchoring your identity in character, not circumstances. Most people build their identity on shifting ground. They attach their worth to things that change: their job, their relationship, their financial situation, their popularity, their appearance, their achievements. These things rise and fall, and when they do, identity rises and falls with them. This creates emotional instability, because if who you are depends on things you cannot fully control, then your peace is never secure. Anchoring identity in character means rooting your sense of self in qualities you choose, not conditions life gives or takes away. Character is internal. Circumstances are external. When your identity is built on character, nothing outside of you has the power to weaken you. You become grounded, resilient, unshakable. This shift begins with clarity. You ask yourself, who do I choose to be, regardless of what happens to me? Character is not something you are born with. It is something you commit to. Integrity, kindness, discipline, patience, courage, honesty, humility, wisdom. These qualities do not depend on mood, luck, or approval. They are chosen, practiced, and strengthened over time. When your identity is anchored in character, life's ups and downs stop defining you. If you lose a job, your character remains. If a relationship ends, your worth stays intact. If your finances shift, your values do not collapse. If people misunderstand you, your integrity protects you. Character becomes the stable ground beneath your feet when everything else feels uncertain. Anchoring your identity in character also protects you from emotional overreactions. When circumstances define your worth, every change feels threatening. A mistake becomes an attack on your identity. A setback becomes proof that you're failing. A criticism becomes a wound to your sense of self. But when your identity is built on something internal and stable, external events lose their power to destabilize you. You respond with clarity instead of panic. One of the strongest aspects of character-based identity is choosing principles that guide your actions. Circumstances may push you, but principles anchor you. For example, if honesty is part of your character, you remain truthful even when lying would be easier. If compassion is part of your character, you stay kind even when others are not. If discipline is part of your character, you follow through even when motivation fades. These principles create a sense of continuity in your life. You become someone you can trust. This reliability within yourself builds emotional confidence. You stop fearing uncertainty because you know exactly who you will be within it. You stop fearing loss because you know nothing essential can be taken from you. You stop fearing judgment because your identity does not depend on approval. You stop fearing change because character gives you stability, no matter where life moves. Anchoring identity in character also helps you break free from comparison. When your identity is built on external circumstances, you constantly measure yourself against others. Their success threatens your worth. Their progress becomes your insecurity. Their opinions decide your value. But when character defines you, comparison loses its grip. You stop competing for validation and start focusing on becoming the person you want to be. You compare yourself only to your previous self, and that is where growth truly happens. Another powerful part of this practice is learning to recognize when circumstances are pulling you out of character. Stress might try to make you impatient. Fear might try to make you unkind. Pain might try to make you closed off. But when your identity is anchored in character, you become aware of these moments. You can say, "This situation is hard, but it will not change who I choose to be." This internal commitment builds emotional resilience. You remain yourself even in difficult conditions. Anchoring identity in character also shifts how you pursue goals. Instead of chasing achievements to feel worthy, you pursue growth because it aligns with who you want to become. Success becomes a byproduct of character, not a requirement for identity. This reduces emotional pressure and increases fulfillment. You measure progress by internal growth, not external rewards. A deeper layer of this practice is recognizing that character is something you strengthen, particularly during adversity. Hard moments are the training ground of identity. When circumstances challenge you, you have a choice: collapse into reactions or rise into character. The more you choose character in difficult times, the stronger your identity becomes. You begin trusting yourself in ways you never could before. You learn that no matter what happens around you, you are stable within. Over time, anchoring your identity in character creates a profound inner transformation. You move through life with steadiness. You stop being easily shaken. You stop needing constant reassurance. You stop abandoning yourself to please others. You become someone with an internal core that cannot be taken away, manipulated, or broken by circumstances. This is the heart of Stoic strength: identity rooted in who you choose to be, not in what the world gives or withholds. When character becomes your foundation, life loses its power to define you, and emotional mastery becomes your natural state. As you begin rooting your identity in character instead of circumstances, something quiet but powerful changes inside you. You stop bending under the pressure of outside forces. You stop basing your worth on outcomes you can't fully control. But even with this newfound stability, there is one hidden source of suffering that can still pull you off balance. Something subtle, something internal, something most people never question: their expectations. Expectations shape almost everything you feel. They decide what disappoints you, what frustrates you, what angers you, what confuses you. They can lift you up, but more often they let you fall. And here is the truth many never learn. Most emotional pain comes not from what life gives you, but from what you expected instead. This is where the next layer of Stoic wisdom becomes essential: learning to design expectations that don't break you. Self-governed expectations mean taking back ownership over the standards, assumptions, and predictions you quietly carry into every moment. Instead of letting the mind create unrealistic demands, you choose expectations consciously. You shape them intentionally. You create them in a way that protects your peace rather than sabotages it. This practice begins with recognizing that expectations are silent. They form without your permission. You expect people to respond the way you would. You expect plans to unfold smoothly. You expect life to follow the script you wrote in your mind. You expect others to understand your feelings without being told. These expectations feel natural, but they are one of the main sources of emotional turbulence. When reality doesn't match your inner script, you suffer. Self-governed expectations free you from this trap. The point is not to eliminate expectations altogether, but to shape them so they align with reality, not fantasy. When expectations are grounded, they stop hurting you. They become tools for clarity instead of fuel for disappointment. One of the first shifts in this practice is accepting that people will behave according to who they are, not who you want them to be. When you expect someone to be more self-aware, more considerate, more available, or more emotionally skilled than they currently are, you set yourself up for frustration. When you align your expectations with their true capacity, not your ideal version of them, you stop taking their behavior personally. You stop being surprised by predictable patterns. This shift doesn't lower your standards, it clarifies reality. Another layer of expectation management is learning to expect unpredictability from life, not in a pessimistic way, but in a grounded, wise way. When you expect change, uncertainty, delays, challenges, emotional waves, they no longer throw you off balance. You stop demanding that life behave perfectly. You stop reacting to normal human difficulties as if they are personal attacks. You meet each moment as it is, not as you insist it should be. Self-governed expectations also require understanding that your emotional reactions are shaped by the gap between expectation and reality. The wider the gap, the stronger the emotional reaction. When your expectations are flexible instead of rigid, the gap remains small. You adapt faster. You suffer less. You gain clarity instead of emotional overwhelm. This doesn't mean expecting the worst. It means expecting life to be life, fluid, surprising, imperfect. When your expectations become adjustable, life loses its power to shock you. Another key to designing healthy expectations is focusing on effort rather than outcome. Outcome is influenced by many factors beyond your control. Effort belongs entirely to you. When you measure progress by what you give rather than what you get, you anchor your expectations in your own character, not in external circumstances. This shift protects you from the disappointment that comes from expecting specific results every time. Self-governed expectations also apply to relationships. Many people carry unspoken expectations and then feel hurt when others don't meet them. But expectations that are never communicated become silent contracts others didn't agree to. When you communicate clearly, you reduce misunderstandings. When you accept people's limitations, you reduce resentment. When you expect imperfection, you remain emotionally flexible. The next layer of this practice is adjusting expectations toward yourself. Many people set unrealistic standards internally. Be perfect, never make mistakes, always stay strong, always know what to do. These expectations aren't just unrealistic, they are inhuman. Self-governed expectations allow you to treat yourself with fairness. They remind you that growth takes time, that mistakes are part of the process, that strength includes rest, and that you are not required to carry everything without struggle. When you design expectations that support your emotional well-being, you stop creating avoidable suffering. You stop overwhelming yourself with pressure. You stop attaching your worth to impossible demands. A deeper aspect of this lesson is understanding that expectations shape your perception. When you expect difficulty, you recognize challenge as part of the path, not a sign of failure. When you expect progress to be uneven, you stop feeling discouraged by temporary setbacks. When you expect people to be human, you stop reacting to their imperfections with shock or disappointment. Expectations become a lens that helps you navigate reality with clarity and emotional maturity. Over time, self-governed expectations build a life where emotional reactions soften. Disappointments become manageable. Conflicts become clearer. Daily frustrations lose their sting. You stop feeling betrayed by reality because you no longer demand that reality be perfect. This is the heart of Stoic expectation design, not expecting the world to bend to you, but shaping your inner assumptions so that the world cannot break you. When expectations become intentional instead of automatic, you protect your peace before anything threatens it. And from this protection, your emotional strength grows even deeper, preparing you for the next evolution of inner mastery. As you begin shaping expectations that protect your peace instead of destroying it, something subtle shifts. Something most people will never see, but you will feel deeply. Your emotional world becomes quieter. Your reactions become steadier. And slowly, you start realizing that your greatest growth is happening in moments no one applauds, no one notices, and no one will ever congratulate you for. This is where one of the most powerful Stoic lessons emerges: the art of invisible victories. Invisible victories are the quiet wins that happen entirely inside you. They're not loud, they're not dramatic, they're not something you can post online or brag about. They don't earn praise, validation, or recognition. And yet they are the victories that change your life more than any external achievement ever could. An invisible victory is when you choose not to overreact, even though every part of you wants to. It's when you feel the old fear rising, but you meet it with a deeper breath instead of panic. It's when someone's careless words sting, and instead of letting them shape your identity, you let them pass through you without attachment. It's when a disappointment tries to pull your mood downward and you gently keep your balance. These wins are quiet, but they reshape the entire course of your emotional life. Most people only chase visible victories: promotions, awards, recognition, possessions, public achievements. These are satisfying, but they don't build emotional strength. They don't teach patience. They don't deepen resilience. They don't expand your sense of self. They often depend on luck, approval, and circumstances that are not in your control. Invisible victories are different. They are fully yours. They depend only on your inner discipline, your awareness, your choices, your character. The Stoics understood that the world rarely sees your greatest battles. No one sees the thoughts you refuse to believe, the impulses you choose not to act on, the anger you decide not to express, the fear you choose to face, the sadness you process instead of suppressing. These moments are invisible, yet they are profound acts of strength. They shape the version of you that walks into every future moment. One of the first parts of practicing invisible victories is realizing that emotional restraint is not weakness. It's power. Anyone can yell, react, or collapse. Anyone can be controlled by emotion. But choosing stillness when the moment invites chaos, that is strength. Choosing clarity when confusion feels easier, that is strength. Choosing kindness when pride wants revenge, that is strength. These victories leave no visible trace. yet they transform you. Another layer of invisible victories is self-correction. Not in a harsh, self-critical way, but in a conscious, mature way. When you catch yourself slipping into old patterns and gently redirect, that is an invisible victory. When you choose to breathe through discomfort instead of escaping it, that is an invisible victory. When you decide to communicate honestly instead of staying silent out of fear, that too is a victory. These moments refine you from the inside out. Invisible victories also include healing decisions that no one will ever understand. Walking away from situations that drain you, setting boundaries even when others don't like them, forgiving someone quietly to free yourself, not for applause, letting go of grudges instead of feeding your ego with resentment. No one might see these actions, but your soul feels them deeply. They create internal freedom, which is far more valuable than external recognition. One of the most powerful invisible victories is resisting the urge to prove yourself. When you stop needing to justify your choices, defend your worth, or explain your value, something inside you becomes solid. You no longer chase validation. You no longer live in reaction to people's opinions. This victory is invisible to the world, but unshakable within you. Another important part of this art is consistency. Invisible victories happen in small, repeated acts. The day you choose patience instead of frustration. The moment you admit your mistake without collapsing into shame. The instant you choose gratitude over bitterness. These moments stack, they accumulate. They form the foundation of emotional maturity. Over time, they create a version of you that can withstand storms without losing your center. Invisible victories also reshape how you see yourself. You begin to trust yourself more. You begin to see how capable you are. You begin to respect your own strength. This quiet self-respect is not arrogance. It's the recognition that you can depend on yourself emotionally. And when you trust yourself, you stop fearing life. You stop fearing challenges. You stop fearing failure, because you know that whatever happens externally, you can handle yourself internally. These victories are invisible because they happen in silence. No applause, no spotlight, no audience. Just you, choosing who you want to be in the smallest moments. But these are the victories that build the strongest foundation. They are the victories that accumulate into character. They are the victories that protect your peace in ways the world will never understand. Over time, you realize the truth. Emotional strength is not measured by how loud your victories are, but by how quietly you conquer the things that once controlled you. And from this quiet mastery comes the next evolution of inner strength. As you begin mastering the art of invisible victories, something inside you grows steadier and more grounded. You start realizing that the quiet control you build within yourself is not just a personal achievement. It becomes a form of power in a world that constantly tries to pull you into extremes. Everywhere you turn, life pushes for intensity. Quick reactions, strong opinions, instant outrage, immediate conclusions. Modern life is loud, urgent, demanding, and emotionally overstimulating. And this is where the next layer of Stoic wisdom reveals itself. Emotional temperance. Emotional temperance is the ability to feel without flooding, to care without collapsing, to respond without exploding. It's the skill of maintaining balance in a world that profits from imbalance. It is the quiet superpower that makes you almost untouchable, not because you are numb, but because you are steady. Most people are emotionally stretched thin. The smallest inconvenience becomes a catastrophe. One rude message ruins an entire day. One disagreement becomes a personal attack. One mistake becomes an identity crisis. The modern world overwhelms people not because it is cruel, but because they never learned to moderate their internal reactions. And when emotions run unchecked, everything feels heavier than it actually is. Emotional temperance begins with understanding that intensity is not clarity. Just because an emotion is loud does not mean it is true. Just because a feeling is strong does not mean it deserves control. Temperance is not the suppression of emotion. It is the regulation of emotional volume. It's turning down the internal noise so you can think clearly, speak wisely, and act deliberately. This balance starts with awareness. Instead of letting emotions ambush you, you notice them rise. You feel the heat, the rush, the discomfort. But you don't let them take over. You breathe. You slow your internal pace. You assess the moment before acting. This is where modern life becomes easier, because you stop meeting intensity with intensity. You stop adding fuel to emotional fires. You keep your inner climate steady, regardless of external weather. One of the greatest strengths of emotional temperance is that it restores your ability to think clearly under pressure. Most people make their worst decisions when emotions spike. They send messages they regret. They make promises they cannot keep. They say things in anger that take years to repair. They enter commitments out of guilt or fear. But temperance gives you clarity, the space between feeling and action. It allows you to stay calm enough to choose your response rather than be dragged into a reaction. Another part of this superpower is the ability to stay balanced in conversation. When someone speaks emotionally, most people mirror the emotion. Anger meets anger. Fear meets fear. Frustration meets frustration. But a person with emotional temperance does not mirror. They stabilize. They listen without absorbing. They respond without escalating. They remain grounded even if the other person is spiraling. This changes the dynamic instantly. It turns conflict into dialogue, misunderstanding into clarity, tension into resolution. Temperance also protects you from emotional contagion. In modern life, emotions spread fast. Social media amplifies outrage. News amplifies fear. People amplify stress. If you are not careful, you begin carrying emotions that are not even yours. Temperance acts like an internal filter. It prevents you from absorbing every emotional signal around you. You feel what is yours and let the rest pass through. This keeps you emotionally clean, centered, and grounded. Another powerful aspect of emotional temperance is that it increases your emotional endurance. When you're not constantly swinging between extremes, you conserve energy. You stop burning out over minor inconveniences. You stop reacting to every shift in tone or behavior. You stop draining yourself with dramatic emotional swings. Temperance creates emotional sustainability. You have more strength, more patience, more clarity, because you're not wasting energy on volatility. This practice also strengthens your self-respect. When you stay balanced in difficult moments, you see the person you're becoming. You witness your own growth. You experience the dignity of self-control. You realize that you no longer abandon yourself inside emotional waves. You become someone you can rely on, someone whose emotions do not make their decisions for them. This self-respect becomes the foundation of confidence that does not depend on external validation. Emotional temperance also helps you see people more clearly. When your emotions are not overwhelming your perception, you start noticing intent instead of tone, patterns instead of moments, truth instead of projections. You stop taking things personally. You stop misinterpreting neutral situations as threats. You see others as human, flawed, emotional, inconsistent, without letting their behavior dictate your emotional state. Another part of this strength is choosing proportionate responses. Not every moment deserves your full emotional force. Not every inconvenience is a crisis. Not every disagreement is a war. People with emotional temperance respond with the right amount of energy. Not too much, not too little. They keep their internal balance aligned with the actual scale of the moment. This prevents unnecessary drama and preserves emotional harmony. Over time, emotional temperance becomes a true superpower because it makes you rare. In a world full of extremes, you are balanced. In a world full of reactivity, you are deliberate. In a world full of emotional noise, you are calm. In a world full of tension, you are composed. And people feel this. They trust you more. They confide in you. They respect you. Your presence becomes grounding because you don't contribute to chaos. You stabilize it. Emotional temperance doesn't make life easy. It makes you strong enough to face life as it is. It transforms emotional storms into manageable weather. It turns difficult moments into opportunities for clarity. And it prepares you for the next level of stoic strength, where balance becomes not just a habit, but a way of living. As emotional temperance becomes part of you, something interesting begins to happen. The future stops feeling like a threat. The unknown stops carrying the same weight. But even with a steady mind, there is still one quiet source of anxiety that tries to slip through the cracks. The fear of what might happen. The fear of outcomes you can't predict. The fear of possibilities you never learn to face calmly. And this is where one of the most misunderstood Stoic practices comes into focus. One that is often seen as pessimistic, when in truth it is profoundly liberating. Rehearsing the worst-case scenario without emotional damage. Most people avoid thinking about the worst. They push it away. They distract themselves. They tell themselves not to worry, but ignoring fear never removes it. It buries it deeper. And buried fear grows roots. It shapes decisions quietly. It creates tension under the surface, and it makes even small uncertainties feel overwhelming. The Stoics understood that your mind fears what it hasn't examined. When you consciously walk toward your fears, instead of letting them chase you, you take the fangs out of them. Rehearsing the worst-case scenario is not about expecting disaster. It's about diffusing the emotional power that the unknown holds over you. When you explore the worst with a calm mind, you discover something remarkable. Most feared outcomes are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And once your mind realizes that, the anxiety surrounding the unknown begins to soften. This practice begins with honesty. Instead of pretending you're fearless, you allow yourself to look at what frightens you. Losing a job, ending a relationship, failing at something meaningful, being misunderstood, facing embarrassment, experiencing disappointment. These fears lose their power when you bring them into the light. The mind calms not because the worst cannot happen, but because you've shown yourself that you can endure it if it does. The next step is walking through the scenario mentally, but without emotional exaggeration. Anxiety loves to distort reality. It turns small concerns into catastrophes. It makes outcomes feel permanent when they're temporary. When you rehearse the worst calmly, you strip away the distortion and examine the fear logically. If you lost a job, would your life end? No. You'd find a path forward. If someone disapproved of you, would your identity collapse? No. You'd stay grounded in who you are. If a plan failed, would your future be ruined? No. You'd redirect and rebuild. When you see the truth clearly, the emotional storm begins to settle. Another powerful part of this practice is identifying what you still can control in the worst-case scenario. Anxiety thrives on helplessness, but every difficult situation still contains points of control. Your response, your mindset, your next step, your effort, your resilience. When you recognize these areas, the imagined worst becomes less intimidating. You shift from helplessness to capability. Rehearsing the worst-case scenario also teaches you something people rarely consider. You've already survived difficulties you once feared. You've lived through moments you didn't think you could handle. You handled heartbreaks, you handled losses, you handled disappointments, you handled changes you never asked for. The mind forgets its own victories. This practice reminds you of your own resilience. Another layer is emotional separation. When you rehearse the worst-case scenario calmly, you're teaching your nervous system that thinking about a fearful outcome is not the same as living it. You create distance between imagination and reality. You stop letting thoughts trigger physical stress responses. This is emotional training, showing your body that a thought is just a thought, nothing more. This practice also reveals something liberating. Even the worst-case scenario is rarely as painful as the anxiety created by avoiding it. Avoidance multiplies fear. Examination dissolves it. When you willingly explore your fear, your relationship with uncertainty changes. The unknown becomes less threatening. Anxiety loses its sharp edges. You stop needing perfect outcomes to feel safe. Another benefit is increased emotional flexibility. When you've already mentally explored the worst, you become less rigid, less clingy, less dependent on specific outcomes. You gain the ability to adapt without panic. You stop trying to force life into a narrow version of safety and begin moving through it with openness. Flexibility is emotional freedom. Rehearsing the worst-case scenario also builds confidence, not the loud kind, but the quiet, grounded kind that comes from knowing you can handle what life brings. When you're not terrified of what could go wrong, you take risks more freely. You speak with more honesty. You follow your goals with less hesitation. You make decisions from strength instead of fear. Over time, this practice creates a profound shift. You stop fearing loss because you no longer see loss as the end. You stop fearing change because you trust your ability to rebuild. You stop fearing uncertainty because your mind no longer treats it as danger. This is not pessimism. It is emotional preparedness. It is the strength that comes from knowing you are capable, resourceful, adaptable, and resilient. Stoics didn't rehearse the worst to suffer in advance. They did it so they wouldn't suffer unnecessarily, so they could meet life with calm acceptance instead of emotional panic. And when you master this practice, something powerful happens. The worst no longer owns you. The unknown no longer controls you. Fear loses its leadership. And from this freedom, another level of emotional mastery begins to rise. As you grow more comfortable facing the worst with clarity instead of panic, something rare begins to surface inside you, something the world cannot give and cannot take away. You start realizing that the fear of loss only controls people who believe their sense of enough lives outside themselves. And once you see this truth, the next layer of Stoic strength unfolds with unmistakable clarity, the quiet power of internal abundance. Internal abundance is the experience of feeling full without needing life to fill you. It's the sense of richness that doesn't depend on possessions, achievements, status, praise, or perfection. It's the understanding that the deepest forms of wealth come from within. Your peace, your clarity, your values, your character, your capacity to enjoy simple moments. your ability to stay steady regardless of what you have or don't have. This kind of abundance is rare in a world that constantly tells you that you need more to be complete. Most people spend their lives chasing external abundance because they never learned how to cultivate internal abundance. They gather possessions but still feel empty. They achieve goals but feel unsatisfied again a month later. They seek approval, but the validation fades quickly. They chase comfort, but discomfort always returns. External abundance can improve life, but it cannot build inner security. And when your inner world is starved, no amount of outer wealth can fill you. Internal abundance begins with understanding what truly nourishes your inner life. Peace, gratitude, self-respect, purpose, stillness, acceptance, perspective, growth. These qualities fill the space possessions can't reach. They feed the parts of you that money, status, and attention can never satisfy. And when these qualities grow, something shifts. You stop needing life to constantly prove your worth because your worth no longer comes from life. The first step in cultivating internal abundance is shifting your definition of richness. Instead of asking, "What do I have?" you ask, "What do I carry inside me?" Instead of measuring life by the size of your achievements, you measure it by the strength of your mind. Instead of defining success by external markers, you define it by inner freedom. This simple shift changes how you move through the world. You stop chasing things that don't feed you. You stop comparing your life to others. You stop believing you're behind. You start noticing the richness already present in your experiences. Another layer of internal abundance is learning to savor ordinary moments. Modern life trains you to believe that only extraordinary things are worthy of appreciation. Big wins, dramatic changes, impressive accomplishments. But emotional richness grows in small, quiet moments when you let yourself be fully present. A laugh you didn't expect. A deep breath after a long day. A sunrise you didn't plan to see. A moment of clarity that arrives without warning. When you start recognizing these small moments as part of your wealth, life feels fuller without anything external changing. Internal abundance also involves releasing the belief that possessions reflect your value. Material things can make life easier, but they can also create attachment, anxiety, and constant desire for more. When you detach your identity from what you own, you feel a kind of freedom most people never experience. You stop being impressed by your own things or depressed by what you lack. You start valuing experiences over objects, growth over accumulation, and peace over possessions. A powerful part of internal abundance is developing emotional self-sufficiency. This doesn't mean isolating yourself or rejecting connection. It means not relying on others to stabilize your inner world. When you cultivate internal abundance, you stop depending on praise to feel confident, on attention to feel significant, on relationships to feel whole. You appreciate support, but you do not depend on it. This kind of independence creates emotional stability that external circumstances cannot shake. Internal abundance also grows when you develop gratitude, not forced gratitude, not performative gratitude, but genuine recognition of what is already meaningful in your life. Gratitude changes the lens through which you see the world. It turns scarcity into enough. It turns ordinary life into something beautiful. It expands your awareness of what is working rather than drowning in what is missing. Gratitude is the soil in which emotional richness grows. Another essential part of internal abundance is knowing how to generate peace from within. Most people try to hunt for peace in external conditions, quiet environments, perfect situations, predictable routines. But life doesn't always cooperate. Internal abundance teaches you to create calm in the middle of noise, to find grounding in moments of uncertainty, to choose stillness even when circumstances are messy. When peace becomes something you produce rather than something you wait for, your inner wealth expands dramatically. Internal abundance also comes from self-respect. When you live by your values, honor your boundaries, keep your promises to yourself, and stand firmly in your identity, you begin to feel abundant on the inside. You see your own worth not as something that fluctuates, but as something inherent. Self-respect creates a sense of inner solidity that external judgment cannot shatter. And one of the deepest layers of internal abundance is learning to be content with the present moment. Not in a passive way, not by giving up ambition or growth, but by refusing to base your happiness solely on what's next. People who constantly project their joy into the future rarely feel fulfilled. Internal abundance teaches you to grow while being grounded, to hope without escaping the present, to pursue goals while appreciating what you already have. Contentment is not stagnation, it is emotional richness. Over time, internal abundance creates an inner environment where you feel stable regardless of what life does. You stop fearing loss because you're no longer defined by what you own. You stop chasing validation because your worth is already grounded. You stop clinging to outcomes because your sense of enough comes from inside you. This is the kind of wealth that makes you emotionally untouchable. In a world obsessed with having more, internal abundance is the rare gift of needing less and feeling fuller than ever. From this richness, the next level of Stoic emotional mastery begins to take shape. As internal abundance begins to grow within you, you start to feel something you may have never fully experienced before, a sense of inner space that isn't crowded by fear, pressure, or the need for more. And in that new space, something else becomes noticeable. The constant stream of thoughts that move through your mind, uninvited, unchosen, and often unkind. Thoughts that arrive without your permission. Thoughts you never asked for. Thoughts that don't reflect who you are, yet still influence how you feel. This is where the next evolution of Stoic strength becomes essential: self-ownership. Self-ownership is the ability to take responsibility for your inner world, even when your thoughts don't feel like they belong to you. Most people assume that because a thought appeared in their mind, it must be true, or meaningful, or reflective of who they are. But thoughts are not commands. They are not identities. They are not truths. They are impulses, momentary flashes shaped by memory, fear, habit, environment, or the body's chemistry. They arrive on their own, but how long they stay, that part is up to you. Taking responsibility for thoughts you didn't choose begins with understanding that the mind produces thoughts the way the heart produces beats. Constantly, automatically, without asking. Some thoughts are helpful, some are neutral. Many are intrusive, dramatic, exaggerated, or outdated. The Stoics understood this deeply. You cannot control the arrival of a thought, but you can control your relationship with it. Self-ownership means shifting from "this thought is happening to me" to "this thought is happening inside me, and I choose how to respond." That shift alone gives you back a kind of power most people don't realize they've lost. The first step in self-ownership is noticing thought patterns without letting them shape your identity. A worrying thought does not mean you are a worrier. A jealous thought does not mean you are insecure. A fearful thought does not mean you are weak. A critical thought does not mean you are unworthy. Thoughts are like birds. They may land for a moment, but you do not have to build them a nest. Once you begin observing thoughts without absorbing them, something changes. The emotional charge they carry starts to weaken. Fear loses its sharpness. Anxiety loses its urgency. Doubt loses its authority. The mind becomes quieter because you stop giving every passing thought the privilege of controlling you. Another part of self-ownership is refusing to blame yourself for the thoughts that appear. People often judge themselves harshly for negative or uncomfortable thoughts, as if thinking something unwanted makes them bad. But the mind is a storyteller, sometimes skilled, sometimes chaotic. Thoughts reflect the past, not the present. They echo old fears, not current truth. They replay patterns, not intentions. Taking responsibility for your inner world is not about guilt. It is about guidance. You don't shame the mind, you lead it. Self-ownership also requires understanding that you do not fix your thoughts, you redirect them. Trying to fight or erase a thought only feeds it with attention. But when you gently shift your focus, the thought fades naturally. This is why Stoics practiced cognitive redirection, choosing a more grounded narrative when the mind begins spiraling into fear or exaggeration. For example, a thought says, "Everyone is judging me." Self-ownership shifts it to, "I cannot know what others think, and their thoughts do not define my worth." A thought says, "I will fail." Self-ownership replies, "I may struggle, but I am capable and adaptable." A thought says, "This is too much." Self-ownership answers, "I can handle this one step at a time." You're not lying to yourself. You're guiding your mind toward clarity instead of chaos. Another layer of this discipline is understanding the body's role in thought production. When you're tired, stressed, hungry, overwhelmed, or overstimulated, your thoughts become darker, sharper, and more distorted. Self-ownership means recognizing when your thoughts are coming from a dysregulated body rather than a meaningful truth. A calm body produces clearer thoughts. A stressed body produces emotional noise. Ownership is knowing the difference. Self-ownership also means questioning thoughts instead of obeying them. Thoughts often act like urgent warnings, but most are just echoes of old patterns. Asking simple questions breaks their spell. Is this thought realistic or exaggerated? Is it based on the present or the past? Is it helping me or harming me? Do I want to keep thinking this? When you question a thought, you remove its authority. You shrink it down to size. A deep part of self-ownership includes forgiving yourself for the thoughts that arise. The mind will continue producing intrusive or uncomfortable thoughts throughout your life. That's its nature. The mistake is not in having the thought, it's in letting it define you. Self-forgiveness clears the emotional residue that thoughts leave behind and keeps your identity separate from your mental noise. Over time, self-ownership creates a new kind of inner confidence. The confidence of knowing your thoughts cannot control you unless you hand them the steering wheel. You stop being afraid of your mind. You stop being hijacked by intrusive impulses. You stop drowning in mental stories. You learn to lead your mind instead of being led by it. And when this happens, your emotional stability becomes something you carry, not something that depends on silence, predictability, or perfection. This is the essence of Stoic strength. Knowing that while you cannot always choose your thoughts, you can always choose your response to them. And in that response lies your freedom, your clarity, your peace, and the next stage of emotional mastery waiting quietly ahead. As you strengthen self-ownership and learn to lead your thoughts instead of being dragged by them, you begin noticing something profound about emotional strength. It's often quiet, not loud, not forceful, not dramatic, quiet, controlled, steady, and nowhere does this show more clearly than in the way you communicate, especially when emotions are rising. This is where the next layer of Stoic mastery reveals itself, practicing control through silence instead of words. Modern life encourages the opposite. People speak quickly, react impulsively, defend themselves constantly, explain endlessly, and respond automatically. Silence feels uncomfortable, vulnerable, even threatening. It feels like losing. But in truth, silence, when chosen with intention, is one of the strongest forms of control you can cultivate. Silence is not avoidance. It is not passivity. It is not repression. The Stoic form of silence is a deliberate act of strength. It is the discipline of holding back words that would create damage, the maturity to withhold reactions that don't reflect your true values, the wisdom to recognize that not every moment deserves your voice. Silence is the moment where clarity forms. Practicing control through silence begins with one simple truth. Once words leave your mouth, you cannot take them back. They live in other people's minds. They shape relationships, memories, and perceptions. Words spoken in anger can cause wounds that take years to dissolve. Words spoken in fear can create consequences you never intended. Words spoken too quickly can complicate situations that could have stayed simple. Silence protects you from your own emotional impulses. It gives you time to think, time to breathe, time to choose a response instead of offering a reaction. The silence of one deep breath can prevent the chaos of an entire argument. The silence of a moment's pause can redirect an entire outcome. The silence of choosing not to speak can demonstrate more strength than the perfect speech ever could. One of the clearest expressions of this power is during conflict. Most arguments escalate because people feel pressured to fill the space, explain themselves, defend themselves, attack back, justify, accuse, interrupt. But silence changes the energy. It stops the emotional momentum. It signals that you will not match impulsive behavior with impulsive behavior. It forces both people to slow down. The moment becomes less explosive and more reflective. Another powerful use of silence is when someone tries to provoke you. In many situations, people don't want resolution. They want a reaction. They want your anger, your defensiveness, your validation of their narrative. When you respond with silence, you give them nothing to feed on. You break the cycle. You refuse to move from your center. Silence becomes a shield, not a retreat. Control through silence also applies to moments of uncertainty. When you don't know what to say, the world pressures you to speak anyway, to fill the gap, to prove confidence, to appear in control. But silence is often the wiser choice. It gives you time to gather your thoughts. It prevents you from committing to something you haven't fully understood. It allows your next words to come from clarity instead of confusion. Silence is also powerful in situations where emotions are heavy. When sadness rises, when fear tightens your chest, when frustration builds, speaking immediately can intensify the emotion. But sitting in silence, without spiraling into overthinking, helps you process internally. Emotional storms pass more quickly when you don't turn them into conversations before you understand them yourself. There is also a form of silence that deepens your character, the silence of not bragging, not announcing, not seeking validation, not broadcasting every struggle or achievement. This silence strengthens identity rooted in character rather than praise. You do the work quietly. You heal quietly. You grow quietly. You win battles no one knows about. The less you need to prove, the stronger you become. Practicing silence also sharpens your perception. When you are not focused on speaking, you begin observing more: body language, tone, intention, emotional context. You hear what people mean, not just what they say. You notice what goes unsaid. Silence reveals truth more clearly than words. This discipline also teaches you emotional containment. Instead of spilling every feeling outward, you learn to sit with it, understand it, and guide it. Not suppress, but contain. Containment is emotional strength. It shows you that you don't need the world to hold your emotions for you. You can hold them yourself. Silence also protects relationships. It prevents unnecessary criticisms, impulsive comments, and careless expressions that create long-term damage. When you practice silence before speaking, your communication becomes intentional rather than emotional. You say what matters instead of saying whatever rises in the moment. Conversations become healthier, clearer, and more grounded. A deeper layer of silence is the silence of self-trust. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You stop trying to persuade those who don't want to listen. You stop over-defending choices that don't require permission. Silence becomes a declaration of self-confidence. I know who I am. I don't need to justify myself to every voice that questions me. Over time, practicing control through silence shifts your entire presence. People feel your steadiness. They sense that you are not easily provoked. They notice that your words are thoughtful, deliberate, and meaningful. You become someone whose silence speaks louder than most people's arguments. Someone who understands that not every battle deserves participation. Someone whose calmness becomes a form of quiet dominance. This is the Stoic way. Strength expressed not through volume, but through restraint. Through the ability to remain centered while others unravel. Through the decision to speak only from clarity, never from chaos. And it is from this silent strength that the next stage of emotional mastery begins to take shape. As you learn to practice control through silence, you begin discovering a truth that quietly sits beneath almost every emotional struggle you've ever had. It's not always the situation that hurts you. It's not even always the words being said. It's the part of you that rises up to defend, to prove, to win, to protect your image at all costs. That part, the loud, reactive, prideful part, is your ego. And if there is any moment where the ego becomes most destructive, it's during conflict. Conflict is where ego loves to take the throne. It wants the last word. It wants to be right. It wants to win the moment even if losing the relationship is the price. It wants validation more than resolution. It wants to protect its image more than it wants peace. And as long as ego leads, conflict becomes a battlefield instead of a conversation. Training the ego to step aside during conflict is one of the purest forms of emotional mastery. It is not natural, it is not easy, but it is transformative. Because once the ego is no longer controlling your reactions, conflict stops being a threat and becomes a chance for clarity, connection, and growth. The first step in training the ego is recognizing when it is activated. Ego doesn't speak in words, it speaks in impulses. the urge to interrupt, the tightening in your chest, the need to correct every detail, the desire to defend yourself even when no one is attacking you, the rush of heat when someone misunderstands you, the temptation to say something hurtful just to gain the upper hand. These are not signs of truth. They are signs of ego trying to take over. Once you start noticing these signals, you create space between your impulse and your response. This space is where emotional intelligence begins. The moment you say to yourself, "This is my ego reacting, not my true self," the ego loses much of its power. Another part of training the ego to step aside is reminding yourself what your actual goal is. In conflict, people often forget the purpose. They try to win instead of understand. They try to dominate instead of connect. They try to defend instead of listen. But if the goal is clarity, resolution, or strengthening the relationship, ego is immediately out of place. Ego cannot solve conflict. It can only escalate it. When you shift your intention from winning to understanding, the ego becomes unnecessary. Stepping aside also requires humility. The humility to accept that you might not be entirely right. The humility to acknowledge your blind spots. The humility to admit when you've misunderstood. Humility doesn't weaken you. It strengthens the conversation. It makes space for honesty. It removes the pressure of perfection. It transforms arguments into dialogue. Ego fights for pride. Humility fights for truth. Another important layer is learning to listen without preparing your defense. Most people don't truly listen. They wait for their turn to talk. They mentally gather counter-arguments instead of absorbing what's being said. This is the ego protecting itself. But when you silence that inner defender and simply listen, you discover something surprising. Most conflict is rooted in misunderstanding, not malice. Most people aren't attacking you. They're expressing their pain, fear, or frustration. When ego steps aside, compassion steps forward. Training the ego also means refusing to take everything personally. Ego loves personalizing problems. It turns simple observations into insults. It turns disagreements into threats. But much of what people express has nothing to do with you. It comes from their own stress, past, or inner wounds. When you stop assuming everything is an attack, conflict becomes less emotional and more manageable. Another part of ego training is learning to choose long-term peace over short-term victory. Ego wants the immediate win, the "I told you so," the sharp comeback, the counterattack. But these wins are illusions. They damage trust, intimacy, and safety. True victory is preserving connection while resolving the issue. True strength is remaining calm while the moment tries to pull you into chaos. When you value peace more than pride, your ego has nothing to feed on. A deeper layer of this skill is accepting that not every accusation needs a defense. Not every misunderstanding needs correction. Not every harsh tone needs a matching response. Sometimes the most powerful move is letting the moment pass without giving your ego the stage it wants. When you stop defending your every flaw, the flaws lose their charge. When you stop justifying your every choice, your self-respect grows. When you stop engaging in every provocation, conflict loses its grip. Training the ego also requires emotional honesty. Ego reacts because it is protecting something. Fear, insecurity, shame, vulnerability. When you name these emotions to yourself, "I feel misunderstood," "I feel hurt," "I feel dismissed," the ego has less control. The moment becomes human instead of defensive. You respond from authenticity, not fear. Over time, you begin noticing that when your ego steps aside, conflict becomes easier, not harder. The emotional temperature drops, the clarity rises, solutions appear. People open up instead of shutting down. Conversations move forward instead of spiraling. You become someone who can navigate disagreement without losing yourself. This is rare. This is powerful. This is what emotional maturity looks like. And here is the transformation you may not expect. The more you train your ego to step aside, the safer you feel inside yourself. Because you no longer need to prove anything. You no longer fear being wrong. You no longer tie your identity to being right. You become someone who can face tension without collapsing into defensiveness. Someone who stays centered even when the environment is not. This is Stoic conflict mastery, not through dominance, but through presence. Not through argument, but through clarity. Not through pride, but through self-control. When the ego steps aside, you reclaim yourself. And from this reclaimed space, the next evolution of emotional strength begins. As you learn to step out of your ego during conflict, you begin seeing life with clearer eyes. Chaos no longer feels like a personal attack. Disagreement no longer feels like a threat. And slowly, another truth reveals itself. One that sits beneath every human life, but is rarely met with wisdom. Suffering is unavoidable. Not constant, not endless, but inevitable. No amount of strength, clarity, or control can remove every form of pain from your path. But what you can control, fully, deeply, profoundly, is what suffering means to you. This is where the next layer of Stoic mastery comes alive, creating a personal philosophy of suffering. Most people move through life without one. They treat suffering like a malfunction, a punishment, a sign something is wrong, or a reason to question their worth. Because they never formed a philosophy around suffering, they are blindsided by it. They collapse under pain because they have no internal structure to hold themselves up. But Stoic wisdom teaches a different approach. Suffering must be understood before it arrives. Its meaning must be shaped consciously, not reactively. Your personal philosophy of suffering begins with accepting a fundamental truth. Pain is part of being alive. Not because life is cruel, but because growth requires friction. Loss reveals love. Challenges build strength. Discomfort sharpens awareness. Adversity molds character. You are not defective for suffering. You are human. Accepting this removes the shame many people attach to their struggles. The next part of your philosophy is recognizing that suffering without meaning crushes the mind, but suffering with meaning transforms it. When you understand why you're experiencing pain, even vaguely, the pain becomes lighter. Not easier, but lighter. Meaning turns suffering from an enemy into a teacher. It changes the question from, why is this happening to me, to, what is this revealing about me? And that shift alone reshapes your entire emotional experience. Another essential piece is understanding that suffering is not a reflection of your identity. Hard moments do not make you weak. They do not define your value. They do not erase your progress. Many people collapse because they see suffering as a verdict. If I'm hurting, it must mean something is wrong with me. But pain often means the opposite. It means something meaningful is shifting inside you. Something growing, something healing, something being revealed that you were not ready to see before. A powerful part of your personal philosophy of suffering is learning to differentiate between necessary suffering and unnecessary suffering. Necessary suffering is part of growth, loss, change, uncertainty, discomfort, vulnerability. Unnecessary suffering is created by resisting these realities, denying emotions, clinging to expectations, fighting what you cannot control, replaying what you cannot change. Stoics focused on reducing unnecessary suffering, so they had the strength to handle the necessary suffering with clarity. Another layer of this philosophy is reframing suffering as preparation. Pain often strengthens the exact qualities you will need for the next chapter of your life. A heartbreak teaches you emotional boundaries. A failure builds resilience. A loss deepens your empathy. A disappointment teaches you patience. A challenge reveals your inner courage. Suffering is not random. It prepares the soil for who you are becoming. This doesn't romanticize suffering. It doesn't suggest that pain is pleasant or easy. It simply recognizes that pain can be purposeful if you give it purpose. Your personal philosophy of suffering must also include the belief that emotions are allowed. You can feel sadness without judgment. You can feel overwhelmed without shame. You can feel uncertain without seeing yourself as weak. Allowing emotions to exist prevents suffering from growing heavier than it needs to be. Suppression extends suffering. Honesty reduces it. Another powerful trait of a mature philosophy is patience. Not the passive kind, the brave kind. The kind that says, "I don't need to solve this today for it to be okay." Suffering loses its power when you stop demanding immediate resolution. Some healing takes time. Some answers reveal themselves slowly. Some wounds fade quietly. Patience allows the process to unfold without forcing yourself into panic. Your philosophy must also include self-compassion. Pain often brings self-criticism. I should handle this better. I should be stronger. Others seem fine. Why am I struggling? But suffering is not a test you pass by perfection. It is a terrain you move through with gentleness. Compassion toward yourself softens the journey. It gives you the strength to endure without breaking yourself along the way. A deeper part of this philosophy is the understanding that suffering connects you to others. Every human you meet has carried pain, even if they hide it. This realization makes you more patient, more empathetic, more grounded. It expands your capacity to forgive and to understand. When you see suffering as universal rather than personal, you move through life with greater emotional wisdom. Lastly, your philosophy of suffering includes the belief that you are built to withstand more than you think. Every moment of pain you've lived through has shaped a resilience you rarely acknowledge. You survived heartbreaks you thought would destroy you. You overcame challenges you thought you couldn't handle. You carried yourself through moments that felt impossible. This history becomes part of your philosophy. I have suffered before. I am still here. I will endure this too. Over time, your personal philosophy of suffering becomes a shield, not against pain, but against despair. It allows you to meet hardship with steadiness instead of collapse, with purpose instead of panic, with maturity instead of resistance. Suffering doesn't stop, but it stops controlling you. And from this understanding, the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery quietly begins to unfold. As you begin shaping a personal philosophy of suffering, something profound happens inside you. The pain you once avoided becomes something you can face with steadiness. You stop internalizing every difficult moment as a verdict on your worth. You begin to understand suffering instead of simply enduring it. And in that clarity, another truth reveals itself, one that is subtle, uncomfortable, and transformative. Most of your suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the story your mind tells about them. This is where the next layer of Stoic mastery enters, the art of self-interrogation. The ability to question your emotional storyline before it becomes your emotional reality. Emotional storylines form quickly and unconsciously. Something happens, and your mind fills in the blanks. A friend replies late. They're losing interest. A coworker is quiet. They must be judging me. A plan fails. I always ruin everything. You feel anxious. Something is wrong with me. These storylines feel convincing because they come with emotion, and emotion feels like truth. But feeling something strongly does not make it accurate. Left unquestioned, emotional storylines become the lens through which you see your entire life. They distort your reality, intensify your suffering, and shape your identity in ways that do not reflect who you truly are. Stoic self-interrogation is the practice of pausing long enough to ask, is this story true, or is this just my mind trying to make sense of discomfort? That single question has the power to unravel emotional illusions that may have controlled you for years. This practice begins with recognizing that your first interpretation is almost always emotional, not rational. The mind loves patterns. It prefers certainty over truth. When something feels uncomfortable, the mind tries to explain it immediately, even if the explanation is harmful. Self-interrogation interrupts this pattern. It reminds you that the story you are telling yourself is not the event. It is just one possible interpretation. The first step is identifying the story. When you're hurt, anxious, jealous, offended, or frustrated, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself right now? Often the story is dramatic, exaggerated, or shaped by old wounds. Just naming the story loosens its grip. You separate yourself from the narrative long enough to examine it instead of drowning in it. Once you identify the story, the next step is questioning its accuracy. Stoics used a simple approach. Challenge the thought as if it belonged to someone else. This emotional distance helps you see the distortions more clearly. Ask yourself, what evidence supports this? What evidence contradicts it? Could there be another explanation? Am I assuming intent without knowing the facts? Is this fear telling the story, or is this truth? Is this narrative from my present or from my past? Very often, the emotional storyline begins to fall apart under honest questioning. Fear shrinks, anger softens, shame dissolves. You realize how often your mind rushes to the worst possible interpretation simply because it's the fastest one to reach. Another part of self-interrogation is recognizing emotional stacking, when the mind takes a small event and builds an entire storyline around it. A single silence becomes evidence of rejection. A single mistake becomes proof of incompetence. A single disagreement becomes the end of a relationship. Stoic self-interrogation stops the storyline before it expands into something overwhelming. It pulls you back into reality. Another layer of this practice is acknowledging the emotional bias behind your interpretations. When you're tired, everything feels worse. When you're insecure, everything feels personal. When you're stressed, everything feels urgent. Self-interrogation requires asking, is this the situation, or is this my current emotional state coloring it? This honesty prevents emotional projection, placing your internal fears onto external events. Self-interrogation also invites you to ask a deeper question. What part of me is reacting here? Sometimes it's the wounded inner child, sometimes the perfectionist, sometimes the abandoned part, sometimes the ego. When you identify which version of you is narrating the story, you gain clarity. You respond as the grounded adult in you, not as the frightened version of your past. This practice also builds emotional accountability. It teaches you that you are not powerless in the face of your emotions. You get to challenge them, redirect them, reframe them. You become an active participant in your emotional world, not a victim of your mind's assumptions. Another powerful aspect of self-interrogation is recognizing the difference between facts and interpretations. Facts are neutral. Interpretations are emotional. Fact: someone didn't reply. Story: they don't care about me. Fact: a plan fell apart. Story: nothing ever works out for me. Fact: you made a mistake. Story: I'm a failure. Stoic self-interrogation clears the fog between the two. It brings you back to what's real. It stops your mind from slipping into unnecessary suffering. Over time, this practice transforms your emotional life. You stop jumping to conclusions. You stop believing every fear your mind presents. You stop assuming the worst. You start seeing situations more clearly. You respond from stability rather than insecurity. You become less reactive, more rational, more grounded. And perhaps the greatest transformation of all, you begin trusting yourself more. Because you are no longer led blindly by emotional storylines, you investigate them, understand them, and rewrite them when needed. Your mind becomes a place of clarity instead of confusion, a place of truth instead of distortion. This is the Stoic art of self-interrogation, questioning the stories that shape your emotional world so that your emotions no longer control the meaning of your life. From this clarity, the next evolution of emotional strength quietly begins to rise. As you grow more skilled at questioning your emotional storylines, something begins to shift at a deeper level. You stop letting your mind create illusions that magnify your suffering, and you start seeing life as it truly is. But even with this newfound clarity, there is a quieter challenge waiting beneath the surface, one that every human faces, yet few ever master: the mind's instinct to fear reality itself. Not dramatic reality, not catastrophic moments, just reality in its raw, unfiltered form. Small truths you don't want to acknowledge, feelings you'd rather avoid, changes you resist, imperfections you try to overlook, uncertainties you wish you could control. Avoiding reality doesn't protect you, it weakens you. Reality, when avoided, grows sharper. When denied, it grows heavier. When resisted, it gains power. And this is where the next step of emotional mastery becomes essential: building emotional immunity through repeated exposure to reality. Emotional immunity doesn't mean becoming numb. It means becoming resilient. It means developing the strength to face truth without collapsing, to meet life as it is, not as you wish it were, to reduce emotional sensitivity to the simple facts of existence. Just as the body becomes stronger when exposed to small amounts of stress, the mind becomes stronger when exposed to small amounts of truth, consistently, honestly, and without flinching. This practice begins by facing what is, instead of hiding behind what you hope, fear, or imagine. It is the discipline of meeting reality without emotional exaggeration. The more you do this, the less frightening reality becomes. You stop treating truth as an enemy and begin treating it as a guide. One powerful way to build emotional immunity is by regularly acknowledging the truths you tend to avoid. I can't control people. Not everyone will like me. I will make mistakes. Life won't always go according to plan. I will lose things. I will lose people. I have blind spots I cannot see yet. These truths sting at first because you are confronting parts of reality that your ego wants to escape. But with repetition, the sting fades. You become emotionally stronger because your mind is no longer surprised by life. Another layer of this practice is learning to face small discomforts daily. Reality is full of inconveniences, waiting, uncertainty, rejection, unpredictability. When you expose yourself to them intentionally, without resistance, your emotional system becomes more tolerant. You stop overreacting to small challenges because your mind is already trained to handle them. Emotional immunity also comes from allowing yourself to feel emotions without immediately trying to fix them. Many people panic at the first sign of sadness, boredom, loneliness, or anxiety. They try to escape through distraction or denial. But emotional immunity grows when you sit with the feeling instead of running from it. Every time you allow yourself to experience an emotion fully, without resistance, your tolerance expands. The emotion loses its ability to overwhelm you. Another powerful aspect is accepting uncertainty. The mind hates not knowing. It fills the gaps with fear or imagination. But repeated exposure to uncertainty without trying to control it teaches the mind that the unknown is survivable, that you can coexist with unpredictability without losing your sense of self. This reduces anxiety, panic, and catastrophic thinking. Building emotional immunity also means facing your limitations honestly, not in a self-critical way, but in a grounded way. When you acknowledge your flaws without shame, they no longer threaten your identity. When you admit what you don't know, insecurity loses its grip. When you stop pretending you're unaffected, emotional honesty becomes the foundation of your strength. Another layer is allowing yourself to experience the consequences of your choices. Many people try to avoid discomfort by postponing decisions, avoiding responsibility, or escaping accountability. But immunity grows when you face the outcomes of your actions without running. You learn, you adapt, you become wiser, you become more stable. Pain becomes instruction instead of punishment. Emotional immunity also develops through repetition. The more often you face reality, small truths, small discomforts, small challenges, the more your mind adapts. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What once triggered panic becomes familiar. What once activated anxiety becomes something you meet with calm, steady breath. Over time, the transformation becomes clear. Reality no longer scares you. Truth no longer threatens you. Change no longer destabilizes you. Discomfort no longer breaks you. You develop a kind of emotional callus, not to harden you, but to protect you. A groundedness that allows you to live life without constantly flinching. You become someone who is not easily shaken, not easily surprised, not easily thrown into chaos by life being life. And the deepest shift of all, when you repeatedly expose yourself to reality, your mind stops needing illusions to feel safe. You stop using denial, avoidance, or fantasies to cope. You stop demanding comfort from the world. Instead, your strength comes from within. You meet life face first, with clarity and composure. This is emotional immunity, the freedom that comes from facing truth, not avoiding it, from engaging with reality, not resisting it, from strengthening the mind, not sheltering it. And from this grounded strength, another layer of stoic emotional mastery begins to rise within you. As you build emotional immunity by facing reality instead of hiding from it, something powerful begins to shift, slowly at first, then unmistakably. You realize that no matter how much clarity, strength, or discipline you develop, the world around you often remains the same. People continue being unpredictable. Circumstances refuse to align perfectly. Chaos keeps its rhythm. Life doesn't bend itself to your growth. And in this moment, a deeper truth emerges. Real emotional mastery is not proven when life becomes easier. It's proven when you grow stronger while the world stays exactly as it is. This is where the next stage of Stoic strength takes form, practicing internal victory when the world doesn't change. Internal victory is the quiet triumph that happens entirely within you, even when nothing improves externally. It's the realization that emotional strength is not dependent on better circumstances, kinder people, or easier days. It's built in moments where the world remains uncooperative, but your internal world refuses to collapse. Most people wait for external resolution before they allow themselves to feel calm. I'll be okay when this problem is fixed. I'll feel better once they apologize. I'll relax when life settles down. I'll be confident once things work out. But waiting for the world to change before you find peace keeps you emotionally dependent. You become hostage to circumstances. Your stability rises and falls with events outside your control. Stoic wisdom teaches the opposite. Internal victory means securing your peace independently of what happens around you. The first part of internal victory is accepting that the world owes you nothing, not understanding, not fairness, not predictability. This acceptance doesn't make you cold, it makes you free. When you no longer demand that the world be different for you to be okay, you recover your power. An internal victory is choosing steadiness even when someone else continues their behavior. Choosing patience even when the situation remains unresolved. Choosing clarity even when the future is still uncertain. Choosing self-respect even when someone refuses to acknowledge your worth. These moments build emotional sovereignty, the ability to remain whole regardless of external chaos. Another crucial aspect of internal victory is understanding that real change begins in the mind long before it appears in the world. The Stoics taught that if you can stabilize your inner world, the external world loses its ability to break you. You might still face difficulty, but you're no longer defined by it. Internal victories accumulate like invisible bricks, building a foundation that circumstances cannot shake. This practice also means letting go of the need to win in the external sense. Most conflicts, disappointments, and frustrations come from trying to force outcomes, convince people, or control situations. Internal victory says, even if nothing outside me changes, I will still choose who I want to be. For example, you can't control someone's attitude, but you can control how you respond to it. You can't make the past undo itself, but you can control how you carry it. You can't force a situation to resolve quickly, but you can control your emotional pace. You can't guarantee success, but you can control your effort. Internal victory is the quiet act of reclaiming your agency in situations where you have no external control. Another layer of this practice is refusing to let the world dictate your emotional tone. Life may be noisy, stressful, unpredictable, but your inner world doesn't have to match it. External chaos doesn't need to become internal chaos. When you remain calm in situations where your old self would have reacted intensely, that is an internal victory. A triumph invisible to others, but meaningful to you. It may look like this. You don't fire back when someone speaks with harshness. You don't spiral into overthinking when plans fall apart. You don't personalize someone's mood. You don't collapse when faced with uncertainty. You don't chase validation when someone withdraws approval. These are victories not of circumstance, but of character. Quiet wins that build emotional muscle. Another dimension of internal victory is resilience, the ability to keep going without needing external encouragement. Many people lose steam the moment support dries up, but internal victory builds a self-sustaining motivation. You don't need applause to stay committed. You don't need recognition to stay disciplined. You don't need everything to go smoothly before you take the next step. You become your own source of momentum. This doesn't mean suppressing disappointment. It means not letting disappointment stop you. It means recognizing that emotional strength is not the absence of struggle. It's the ability to rise without external permission. There is also the internal victory of choosing acceptance when resistance only hurts you. Accepting that someone may never understand your perspective. Accepting that some people may never change. Accepting that closure might never come. Accepting that certain chapters are finished. Acceptance isn't defeat. It's the withdrawal of your energy from battles that cannot be won externally. Acceptance is internal liberation. A deeper layer of internal victory is the ability to find meaning even when the situation doesn't improve. Pain becomes insight. Delay becomes patience. Difficulty becomes strength. You stop seeing challenges as punishments and start seeing them as teachers. This shift doesn't change the situation, but it changes you, and that is the true victory. Finally, internal victory is the recognition that your peace is not fragile. It doesn't depend on perfect days. It doesn't disappear when things go wrong. It might shake, but it doesn't shatter. You carry a steadiness that life cannot take from you because it wasn't given by life. It was built by you. This is the heart of Stoic mastery. The world may not change, but you still can. And when you do, something remarkable happens. Your internal victories eventually reshape how you experience the external world. From this internal strength, the next layer of emotional mastery unfolds with even greater depth. As you practice internal victory, holding your center even when the world refuses to cooperate, you begin noticing something almost surprising. Much of the emotional turbulence you once felt didn't come from circumstances themselves, but from the meaning you attached to them. And nowhere is this clearer than in the moments when someone's words, actions, silence, or behavior feels like a direct attack on your worth. This is where one of the hardest but most liberating Stoic disciplines comes into play. The discipline of not taking anything personally. Not taking things personally does not mean becoming cold or detached. It doesn't mean ignoring your emotions or pretending you don't care. It means understanding something deeper, something most people never learn. Other people's behavior is a reflection of their inner world, not your value. People speak from their wounds, their fears, their stress, their exhaustion, their insecurities, their background, their mental state, their habits, and their unhealed past. Very rarely do they speak from objective truth. Yet the human mind automatically interprets their behavior as a commentary on your worth. And that is why small moments hurt more than they should. Learning not to take things personally is emotional liberation. It is the moment you stop allowing other people's storms to rewrite your self-image. This discipline begins with one foundational truth. Nothing others do is truly about you. Their tone, their impatience, their distance, their inconsistency, their coldness, their criticism, their mood, their silence. These things come from the world they carry inside, not from some objective evaluation of who you are. When someone snaps at you, it is usually their stress speaking, not their truth. When someone ignores you, it is often their distraction, not your insignificance. When someone criticizes you unfairly, it reflects their insecurity far more than your abilities. When someone withholds affection, it reveals their difficulty connecting, not your unworthiness. Understanding this doesn't remove the sting immediately, but it prevents the sting from becoming a wound. The next layer of this discipline is recognizing that your emotional reactions often come from old narratives, not present-day reality. If you were overlooked as a child, silence feels personal. If you were criticized harshly growing up, mild feedback feels like rejection. If you were abandoned, inconsistency feels like a threat. If you were judged, neutral expressions feel like disapproval. Your mind interprets current moments through old wounds. Not taking things personally means gently questioning these interpretations before accepting them. Another powerful part of this discipline is building emotional distance. This doesn't mean detaching from people, but creating space between what they do and what you choose to believe about yourself. When someone acts out, you pause and remind yourself, this is about them, not me. You give their behavior back to them instead of carrying it as your burden. You stop absorbing emotions that don't belong to you. This discipline also reduces defensive reactions. When you take things personally, every comment feels like an attack, and you react with anger, withdrawal, or pain. But when you don't take things personally, you respond from clarity instead of ego. You can ask questions without hostility. You can hold your boundaries without collapsing. You can listen without assuming the worst. This makes you more emotionally intelligent, not less human. Another important aspect is remembering that people are often unaware of how they affect others. They act from habit, not intention. They project what they don't recognize in themselves. They speak quickly without thinking. They react before understanding. They do not see the full impact of their behavior, and they are not required to. You are responsible for your emotional boundaries, not for their self-awareness. Not taking things personally also allows you to navigate conflict with far more grace. Instead of taking someone's tone as disrespect, you can ask, is something bothering you? Instead of assuming distance means disinterest, you can check in. Instead of interpreting criticism as worthlessness, you can evaluate it objectively. You respond to what is real, not what your fears create. A deeper layer of this discipline is accepting that you are not the main character in other people's emotional stories. People are consumed by their own struggles, their own insecurities, their own internal battles. They are not thinking about you nearly as much as you think they are. Realizing this frees you from the exhausting habit of over-analyzing every interaction. Another powerful shift happens when you stop personalizing rejection. Not every rejection means you're not enough. Sometimes it means the timing wasn't right. Sometimes the person wasn't capable of receiving you. Sometimes the circumstances didn't align. Sometimes it was simply not meant to continue. When you stop taking rejection personally, you stop letting it erode your self-worth. This discipline also teaches you that your internal stability cannot depend on external behavior. People may praise you one day and criticize you the next, admire you one moment and misunderstand you the next. This fluctuation is normal. Human emotions are inconsistent. Basing your identity on their reactions is emotional insecurity. Anchoring your identity in your own character is emotional strength. Over time, not taking things personally becomes one of the most freeing emotional habits you'll ever develop. You stop overthinking. You stop overreacting. You stop internalizing noise. You remain steady in situations where your old self would have spiraled. People's moods stop dictating your mood. People's judgments stop deciding your worth. People's inconsistencies stop controlling your peace. And perhaps the most beautiful transformation of all, you become compassionate. Because once you see that people's behavior is about their pain, you stop taking offense and you start understanding. You begin to see their humanity instead of reacting to their emotional messiness. Your heart softens while your boundaries strengthen. This is Stoic discipline in its purest form. The freedom that comes from refusing to turn other people's behavior into a story about your worth. And from this freedom, an even deeper layer of emotional mastery begins to unfold. As you learn not to take things personally, a subtle but powerful shift begins to unfold within you. You stop reacting to the emotional noise of others. You stop letting their storms dictate your inner climate. Your sense of self becomes steadier, calmer, cleaner. But even with all this clarity, there is still one battle every person faces. One that happens quietly, internally, and often when no one is watching. The battle between your duties and your desires. Desire is seductive. It promises comfort, ease, pleasure, escape, relief. Duty is quieter. It asks for discipline, consistency, integrity, commitment. And in moments of weakness, when you're tired, stressed, overwhelmed or discouraged, desire will always speak louder. It will tell you to skip the hard thing, avoid the discomfort, break the promise, abandon the goal, numb the feeling, postpone the responsibility, give up the effort. But the Stoics understood something most people never realize until it's too late. The choices you make in your weakest moments shape the strength you carry into your strongest ones. Choosing duty over desire is not about denying yourself joy. It's about protecting the person you are becoming. It begins with recognizing that desire is not a villain. It's just impulsive. It wants short-term relief, not long-term growth. Desire tells you what feels good right now, not what will make you proud hours from now, days from now, years from now. Duty, on the other hand, aligns with your values, your character, your goals, your future self. It demands more from you, but it also gives more to you. The real challenge is this. Duty almost never feels good in the moment. That's why most people abandon it. But choosing duty, even once, creates a tiny shift in your sense of self. You prove to yourself that you can rise above impulse. You take back a piece of your power. You stop living as a servant to mood, craving, or exhaustion. Moments of weakness are where emotional strength is truly built. Weakness doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle. You know you should speak honestly, but you choose silence because it's easier. You know you should apologize, but pride whispers excuses. You know you should rest, but scrolling feels simpler. You know you should stay calm, but anger feels satisfying. You know you should continue the work, but quitting offers immediate relief. Desire always offers the path of least resistance. Duty offers the path of highest integrity. Choosing duty over desire begins with recognizing what is non-negotiable in your life. The commitments that define you. Your health, your growth, your relationships, your goals, your peace, your character. Duty is anything aligned with these. Desire is everything that tries to pull you away from them. Another layer of this discipline is acknowledging that desire often masks emotional discomfort. Laziness is often not laziness. It is avoidance. Procrastination is not lack of ability. It is fear. Giving up is not weakness. It is exhaustion. Choosing duty means facing these emotions honestly instead of obeying them blindly. It means acting from your values even when your emotions argue against you. One powerful practice is asking yourself in moments of weakness, what would my future self thank me for? This question immediately quiets desire and amplifies duty. It pulls your awareness out of the present impulse and into long-term clarity. Choosing duty also means honoring your commitments even when no one else will see or praise you. This is where self-respect grows. When you do the right thing without needing an audience, your sense of identity strengthens. You trust yourself more. You depend on yourself more. You become someone whose promises to yourself actually mean something. Another part of this discipline is embracing discomfort as part of the path. Duty is uncomfortable because growth is uncomfortable, progress is uncomfortable, honesty is uncomfortable, healing is uncomfortable, responsibility is uncomfortable, but discomfort is not suffering, it is shaping. The willingness to endure discomfort in service of your values is one of the greatest forms of emotional maturity, and something powerful begins to happen. Every time you choose duty over desire, you get stronger, not externally, internally. You start building a kind of quiet, unshakable confidence. You know that even when you feel weak, you can choose strength. Even when you feel tired, you can choose discipline. Even when you feel lost, you can choose direction. This is how emotional resilience is built, not in moments of motivation, but in moments of weakness, where desire tries to pull you down and you choose to rise anyway. Duty over desire is not about perfection, it's about direction. It's about choosing the path that supports your growth more often than the path that sabotages it. You won't win every time, and that's okay. What matters is that you keep practicing. Each choice is a vote for the person you want to become. When you train yourself to choose duty, you stop being controlled by cravings, avoidance, or emotional impulses. You become someone who can rely on your own integrity, someone who can carry yourself through difficulty, someone who makes decisions from wisdom, not weakness. This is the Stoic discipline that transforms your life from the inside out. The quiet, consistent choice to honor your values even when your emotions don't want to. And from this discipline, the next level of emotional mastery begins to rise that much deeper. As you choose duty over desire in those quiet, unseen moments, you start noticing a new kind of strength forming inside you, a stability that does not depend on motivation or emotion, but on clarity. And with this clarity comes an uncomfortable realization. Much of your suffering, frustration, and wasted energy comes from focusing on things you cannot control. You try to fix people who don't want to change. You try to force outcomes that aren't yours to command. You try to manage situations that don't belong to you. And each time, you drain yourself for no reward. This is where one of the most liberating Stoic disciplines emerges, mastering the circle of no influence. Inside every human life, there are two circles. The first is your circle of control, your thoughts, your actions, your behavior, your effort, your choices, your character. The second is your circle of no influence, other people's minds, their feelings, their decisions, their maturity, their reactions, their timelines, their growth, their understanding.
Most emotional suffering happens because people confuse the two.
They treat the circle they cannot influence as if it were their responsibility. They take ownership of things that never belong to them, and when reality doesn't bend to their efforts, they feel defeated, rejected, or powerless. Mastering the circle of no influence means reclaiming your energy from the places it has been silently leaking. This discipline begins with the acceptance that you cannot control other people's internal worlds. You can inspire someone, but you cannot force them to evolve. You can communicate clearly, but you cannot ensure they will understand. You can love deeply, but you cannot make someone emotionally available. You can show patience, but you cannot guarantee someone will treat you with the same care. Letting go of the illusion of control is not giving up, it is growing up. A powerful part of this mastery is recognizing where your emotional investment is wasted. When you try to change someone who is not ready, you drain your strength. When you try to make someone see your worth, you abandon your own clarity. When you try to prove yourself to someone committed to misunderstanding you, you betray your inner peace. The circle of no influence teaches you to withdraw that energy and redirect it inward, where it can actually make a difference. Another layer of this discipline is learning to stop taking responsibility for outcomes that depend on more than your effort. You can work hard on a goal, but you cannot control timing. You can prepare thoroughly, but you cannot eliminate uncertainty. You can give your best in a relationship, but you cannot control whether the other person will meet you there. This is where many people suffer. They attach their emotional well-being to results they cannot guarantee. Mastering the circle of no influence means shifting your emotional investment from outcomes to effort. You honor your part and release the rest. You show up fully without tying your worth to things beyond your reach. One of the hardest applications of this discipline is accepting that you cannot change the past. You cannot rewrite a chapter. You cannot undo a decision. You cannot relive a moment. Yet people torture themselves by trying to control what is already gone. Mastery means choosing presence over regret, wisdom over guilt, acceptance over rumination. A deeper aspect of this practice is learning to stop controlling how others see you. Most conflict, anxiety, and insecurity come from trying to manage someone else's perception. But their perception is formed through their experiences, biases, beliefs, and wounds, not your truth. You can express yourself honestly, but you cannot control how they interpret you. Letting go here is emotional freedom. Another powerful part of mastering the circle of no influence is refusing to participate in battles that are not yours. You don't have to fix every misunderstanding. You don't have to respond to every provocation. You don't have to chase closure from those unable to give it. You don't need to correct every inaccurate assumption. Your peace is more valuable than proving yourself. This discipline also protects you from unnecessary emotional entanglement. When you stop carrying what isn't yours, you lighten your inner world. You stop personalizing other people's behaviors. You stop pouring energy into situations that won't change. You stop expecting emotional maturity from those who haven't developed it. You stop suffering over things that have nothing to do with you. And something remarkable happens. Your emotional world becomes cleaner. You become consistent instead of chaotic, steady instead of reactive, peaceful instead of drained, focused instead of overwhelmed. Because your energy is no longer scattered across a dozen things you can't control, it is concentrated on the one thing you always can, yourself. Mastering the circle of no influence doesn't make life easier. It makes you clearer. You no longer waste emotional strength on battles that cannot be won or controlled. You stop trying to play roles that are not yours. You stop grasping at outcomes you can't shape. You stop fighting the natural flow of life, and the deeper truth appears. Emotional power comes not from controlling the world, but from releasing what was never yours to manage. From this release, a new level of stoic calm begins to unfold, the kind that cannot be shaken by other people's storms. As you master the circle of no influence, you begin reclaiming your emotional energy from places it never truly belonged. You stop trying to control outcomes, people, timelines, and perceptions. You feel lighter, clearer, more grounded. Yet even with this newfound freedom, there is one trigger that still tries to sneak past your defenses, one that rises quickly, quietly, and often without warning: the feeling of being offended. Being offended is one of the fastest ways to lose your emotional center. One comment, one facial expression, one careless tone, one misunderstood message, and suddenly your peace feels threatened. Your mind sharpens, your chest tightens, your ego wakes up. You replay the moment in your head. You assign meaning where none existed. You interpret intent through old wounds. And before you know it, an entire emotional storm forms from a single drop. This is where the next stoic virtue comes into focus: becoming unoffendable. Being unoffendable doesn't mean becoming numb, indifferent, or emotionless. It doesn't mean tolerating disrespect or ignoring genuine harm. It means developing the emotional maturity to distinguish between true threats to your well-being and momentary discomforts created by someone else's humanity. Being unoffendable is not about lowering your standards. It's about raising your resilience. The first step to becoming unoffendable is understanding where offense comes from. It rarely comes from the comment itself. It comes from the meaning you attach to it. Offense is often your ego's attempt to protect its image, not your soul reacting to genuine harm. When someone says something that touches an insecurity, the ego flares. When someone speaks bluntly, the ego assumes attack. When someone disagrees, the ego interprets it as invalidation. But when you remove the ego's narration, most offenses dissolve instantly. A powerful truth: most people don't intend to offend you. They're distracted, they're tired, they're stressed, they're speaking from habit, they're thinking about something else entirely. They're projecting their own pain. They're unaware of how they sound. They're human, imperfect, flawed, inconsistent. Not everything is about you. In fact, almost nothing is. The next layer of becoming unoffendable is learning to interpret moments through wisdom, not emotion. When someone speaks harshly, instead of thinking, "They disrespected me," you can think, "They must be overwhelmed." When someone forgets something important, instead of thinking, "I'm not valued," you can think, "Their mind is busy." When someone is short with you, instead of thinking, "They're attacking me," you can think, "They're having a difficult moment." This doesn't excuse behavior. It simply removes the unnecessary emotional burden from your shoulders. Becoming unoffendable also requires emotional grounding. Offense thrives on assumption. When you're tired, insecure, or stressed, everything feels sharper. Every comment feels personal. Every gesture feels intentional. But when you are grounded, when your internal world isn't already chaotic, you interpret situations with more accuracy. You don't read aggression into neutrality. You don't imagine hidden meanings. You remain steady. A deeper part of being unoffendable is recognizing that emotional triggers point inward, not outward. If someone's comment cuts you deeply, it usually means you touched an unhealed part of yourself. Instead of blaming the other person, you can ask, "Why did this hit me so hard? What inside me needs attention?" Offense becomes insight. Pain becomes instruction. You grow from the trigger instead of being ruled by it. Another layer of this virtue is choosing proportionate responses. Not every comment requires correction. Not every miscommunication demands a lecture. Not every disagreement needs confrontation. When you're unoffendable, you conserve emotional energy. You speak only when necessary. You don't escalate minor discomfort into major conflict. You let small things remain small. Being unoffendable also strengthens your relationships. People feel safer around you when they don't have to walk on eggshells. They trust your stability. They open up more. They communicate honestly. When you're not easily offended, you create emotional space for others to be imperfect without fear of consequence, and that space deepens connection. One of the most powerful aspects of this virtue is that it protects your peace more effectively than any boundary ever could. Offense is a thief. It steals your time, your mood, your clarity, your energy. When you become unoffendable, you become emotionally untouchable. Not cold, not distant, but steady. You live with the freedom of someone who cannot be easily shaken. And perhaps the most transformative part of this discipline, being unoffendable, is an act of self-respect. You're no longer controlled by someone else's impulsive tone. You're no longer derailed by someone else's bad day. You're no longer defined by someone else's opinion. You're no longer hostage to your own emotional triggers. You lead your inner world instead of reacting to the outer one. Over time, you realize something beautiful. The less you take personally, the more peaceful your life becomes. The more unoffendable you become, the more powerful you feel. The quieter your ego becomes, the stronger your character grows. This is Stoic strength at its purest, meeting the world without letting it pierce you. An inner armor that doesn't close you off, but frees you to live with calm, clarity, and confidence. And from this strength, the next layer of emotional mastery continues to rise. As you become unoffendable, something deep inside you begins to settle. The world's noise no longer shakes you the way it used to. Your ego quiets. Your reactions soften. Your clarity sharpens. And in that new, steady space, another truth rises, quietly, undeniably, and often painfully. There are battles in life that no one will fight with you, paths no one will walk beside you, decisions no one will validate for you, work no one will help you do, dark nights no one will rescue you from, and the way you show up in those lonely, demanding moments defines the level of self-respect you carry into every part of your life. This is where the next layer of Stoic mastery emerges. Cultivating self-respect by doing hard things alone. People often misunderstand self-respect. They think it comes from accomplishments, praise, confidence, or external validation. But real self-respect is built in solitude. When you face difficulty without witnesses, without applause, without someone pushing you forward. It's built in the quiet moments when you choose discipline over ease, clarity over escape, responsibility over avoidance. Self-respect grows when you carry yourself through challenges no one else can carry for you. Doing hard things alone doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means becoming accountable to your own inner standard. It's recognizing that some steps in your growth require privacy, that some forms of strength can't be borrowed from others, that some breakthroughs happen only when no one else is watching. And these moments, the ones you endure alone, are the ones that reshape you the most. The first aspect of this discipline is learning to show up for yourself without needing motivation or emotional support. Motivation is unreliable. Encouragement is inconsistent. But commitment, your commitment, can be constant if you cultivate it. When you choose responsibility, even when you feel uninspired or unseen, you begin trusting yourself on a deeper level. Another layer of doing hard things alone is facing your inner resistance. You know the kind. The fear that tells you to wait. The doubt that tells you you're not ready. The laziness that whispers, tomorrow. The inner critic that says you'll fail. No one can overcome that resistance for you. You must do it yourself, and each time you push through, even a little, you build a thicker layer of self-respect. Because self-respect isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It quietly grows when you choose effort over avoidance. Another powerful aspect is learning to pursue goals without needing immediate results. Doing hard things alone requires patience. The kind of patience that doesn't crumble when progress is slow, when the world isn't clapping, when no one acknowledges your effort. You are planting seeds in soil no one else sees, and the ability to keep going, even when the growth is invisible, is one of the strongest forms of dignity. Self-respect also grows when you hold boundaries internally, not just externally. When you stop breaking promises to yourself, when you follow through on your word, not because someone is watching, but because you are. The fastest way to lose self-respect is to constantly betray your own commitments. The fastest way to gain it is to keep showing up for yourself even when no one else knows. Doing hard things alone also teaches you emotional independence. You stop needing others to save you. You stop collapsing into helplessness. You stop waiting for someone to fix your life. You learn to stand up, take the first step, and carry yourself through fear instead of waiting for reassurance. This doesn't make you cold, it makes you capable. Another crucial layer is confronting your weaknesses without shame. When you face your flaws honestly and work on them privately, you grow faster than when you hide behind excuses. The honesty you show yourself in those moments, those quiet moments of accountability, builds a foundation of respect no external praise can match. There is also the strength that comes from making difficult decisions without everyone's approval. Sometimes the right choice for your well-being is not the popular one. Sometimes the healthy step is the one others don't understand. Walking these paths alone is hard, but it teaches you something priceless. Your life is yours to build, not to justify. Doing hard things alone also gives you a rare sense of integrity. You know the work you've done. You know the battles you fought. You know the nights you didn't give up. You know the temptations you resisted. You know the boundaries you held. This internal record builds a quiet pride, not arrogance, but earned respect. And perhaps the deepest benefit of all, doing hard things alone makes you unshakable. When you've carried yourself through difficulty without support, you learn something that changes the way you walk through the world. You are capable. You are resilient. You are trustworthy to yourself. You do not need ideal conditions to rise. You do not need approval to continue. You do not need constant strength to move, just commitment. This becomes your armor, not to hide behind, but to move forward with. A strength built in solitude speaks louder than any achievement performed in the spotlight. Over time, you realize something profound. Self-respect isn't built when life is easy. It's built when you keep going through situations that would have defeated your old self. It's built when you hold yourself to your own standards even when no one else sees the effort. It's built when you carry yourself through difficulty with honesty, discipline, and courage. This is the Stoic way, strength not defined by applause but by integrity. Respect not given by others but earned within. Doing hard things alone is not a burden. It is the pathway to becoming someone you deeply trust. And from this trust, the next layer of emotional mastery begins to unfold. As you build self-respect by doing hard things alone, something new becomes possible, something subtle but profoundly transformative. You begin to see that strength isn't just about willpower or discipline, it's also about awareness, because even the strongest person can be undone by what they don't understand about themselves. And this is where the next stage of Stoic emotional mastery begins, conducting an emotional audit, not of your achievements, not of your productivity, but of your triggers. Most people track their goals obsessively. They track steps, calories, hours worked, tasks completed, money earned, progress made. But they never track the invisible forces that shape every decision, every reaction, every conversation, every moment of emotional imbalance. They never track the triggers that quietly hijack their peace. Goals help you grow. Triggers help you understand why you keep falling. The emotional audit is the practice of noticing the patterns in your reactions, the moments where your calm slips, where your clarity blurs, where the old versions of you suddenly surface. It is one of the most powerful tools for emotional maturity because it reveals what your mind tries to hide. The audit begins with a simple question. What consistently pulls me out of my center? It might be a certain tone of voice, a specific kind of silence, feeling ignored, feeling rushed, feeling criticized, feeling excluded, inconsistency, uncertainty, loss of control, a sudden change of plans, feeling misunderstood, a boundary being crossed, a memory resurfacing. These triggers are not random. They are emotional fingerprints, evidence of past wounds, unmet needs, unresolved stories, and old patterns. And unless you become aware of them, they will continue to shape your reactions without your permission. The emotional audit is not about judgment. It's about clarity. You're not asking, "What's wrong with me?" You're asking, "What is activating an old version of me?" Once you identify a trigger, you begin reclaiming your emotional autonomy. You stop being blindsided by your own reactions. You stop letting your moods ambush you. You start seeing the emotional pattern long before it spirals. Another part of the emotional audit is tracking the physical signals that precede emotional reaction. Every emotion enters the body before it enters the mind. Your chest tightens, your stomach drops, your breathing shortens, your jaw clenches, your thoughts speed up. These signals are not your enemies, they're alarms. Alarms that say, "You're being triggered, slow down." When you learn your body's alarm system, you catch your reactions before they catch you. A deeper level of this practice is examining the story behind each trigger. When you feel rejected, what old memory is it touching? When you feel criticized, whose voice from your past echoes in your mind? When you feel abandoned, what old wound is being reopened? When you feel powerless, where did you first learn that fear? Understanding your triggers is not about blaming the past. It's about freeing the present. Triggers lose their power when the story behind them is brought into the light. Another essential part of the emotional audit is noticing patterns over outcomes. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen again?" you ask, "What pattern am I repeating and why?" Patterns reveal far more than isolated mistakes. They show where you haven't healed. They show where your boundaries need reinforcement. They show where you abandon yourself. They show where you change your behavior to avoid discomfort. They show where your emotional energy leaks out without you noticing. The emotional audit turns confusion into comprehension. Another layer of this practice is taking responsibility for what the trigger reveals, not blaming others for activating it. The moment you say, "This trigger is mine to understand, not theirs to fix," you remove emotional dependency. You reclaim your inner stability. You stop expecting others to protect you from your own wounds. You start participating in your healing instead of waiting for healing to happen to you.
It doesn't mean you tolerate disrespect. It doesn't mean you suppress your emotions. It means you separate your inner work from someone else's behavior.
One of the most powerful outcomes of tracking your triggers is the shift from reaction to response. When you know what destabilizes you, you can prepare. You can pre-decide your reaction. You can pause before acting. You can breathe through the moment instead of breaking under it. You become someone who anticipates your emotional patterns instead of being surprised by them. And here's the transformation people never expect. When you track your triggers stop controlling you. When you understand your patterns stop repeating themselves. When you bring awareness to your reactions, the reactions lose their force. This is how emotional growth happens, not through suppression, not through motivation, but through understanding. And the most surprising part? Your goals begin to flourish naturally when your triggers no longer sabotage them. You follow through more consistently because emotional turbulence isn't derailing you. Your relationships improve because you're not projecting unresolved wounds. Your confidence grows because you finally understand your emotional landscape. Your peace deepens because surprises become fewer. This is the Stoic emotional audit, tracking not what the world sees, but what happens inside you. Measuring not your accomplishments, but your awareness. Improving not your outward success, but your inner strength. And from this honest clarity, the next layer of emotional mastery quietly begins to unfold. As you learn to track your triggers with honesty instead of shame, you become more familiar with the inner landscape you're navigating. You begin seeing emotional storms before they hit. You recognize patterns that once blindsided you. You understand where your reactions come from. But even with this awareness, even with all the discipline, the clarity, the self-control, there will still be moments when life becomes too loud, too fast, too heavy. Moments when your mind feels crowded, your chest tightens, your thoughts spin, and everything inside you begs for relief. This is where the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery becomes essential. Creating a mental refuge, a place inside yourself where you can retreat without running away, reset without collapsing, and find peace without depending on anything outside you. A mental refuge is not escapism. It's not denying your problems or avoiding responsibility. It is the intentional practice of building a space within your own mind where overwhelm cannot reach you. A sanctuary constructed from awareness, discipline, and presence. Most people don't have one. When overwhelm hits, they dissolve into panic. They reach for distractions. They try to numb themselves. They become reactive. They lose their center. But overwhelm is not the problem. It's the absence of a safe internal space to return to. A mental refuge gives you that space. A place where your breath slows, your thoughts settle, your emotions soften, your clarity returns, your strength reorganizes itself. This refuge becomes your inner home, your anchor, your grounded self. The first step in building a mental refuge is identifying what steadiness feels like inside your body. Peace is not just a state of mind, it's a state of physiology. When you're calm, your breath is slower, your shoulders loosen, your jaw unclenches, your chest expands instead of tightening. Before you can build a refuge, you must know what steady feels like. This becomes the blueprint. Next, you create practices, small, repeatable, reliable, that bring you back to that steadiness. Your refuge is not built in crisis. It's built through ongoing rituals that your mind learns to trust. It might be a specific breathing pattern, a grounding phrase you whisper, a visualization that centers you, a physical posture that calms your nervous system, a few seconds of silence, a mental image of a place that makes you feel safe, a mantra that cuts through chaos. These are not random. They are anchors. They remind your mind where home is. Over time, the brain associates these small rituals with safety. And when overwhelm strikes, you can activate them instantly, no matter the environment. Another powerful part of constructing a mental refuge is learning the art of stepping back internally without withdrawing externally. You don't have to leave the room, end the conversation, or walk away from responsibility. You simply step back in your mind. You observe instead of absorb. You breathe instead of brace. You slow the pace inside even if the pace outside stays fast. This internal withdrawal is not disconnecting. It's returning to yourself. The Stoics practiced this constantly. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." He understood that external peace is unreliable, but inner peace, when trained, becomes portable. You take it with you everywhere. Another layer of your mental refuge is the space to feel emotions without being consumed by them. Overwhelm happens when emotions demand immediate action. Anger wants a reaction. Fear wants avoidance. Sadness wants collapse. A mental refuge gives you a space to feel the emotion fully, without letting it own you. You allow the wave to rise and fall while staying rooted in yourself. This is emotional containment. You hold the emotion. It does not hold you. Another critical part of this refuge is having a simple internal phrase that interrupts emotional chaos. Not a cliché, not a forced affirmation, but a phrase that grounds you instantly. Something like, "Stay with the breath. One thing at a time. This is a moment, not a life. Slow the mind. I am here." These phrases aren't meant to fix the moment. They're meant to stabilize you inside it. Your mental refuge also includes clear boundaries for your thoughts. Overwhelm often comes from letting your mind wander into dozens of worries, predictions, and imagined scenarios. A refuge means choosing one thought at a time. It means catching your mind when it tries to run into the future or spiral into the past. It means gently guiding your attention back to the present moment. This is not escapism, it is mastery of focus. Another deeper layer is building a refuge based on self-compassion. When you are overwhelmed, your mind often becomes cruel. It criticizes your fragility. It shames your anxiety. It judges your struggle. But a true refuge allows you to say, "This is hard, and I am allowed to struggle." It gives you permission to be human without collapsing into helplessness. Self-compassion softens the intensity of overwhelm. It's easier to breathe when you're not fighting yourself. Over time, your mental refuge becomes stronger, more automatic, more reliable. You carry it with you into arguments, stress, pressure, uncertainty, and pain. You are no longer swept away by every emotional wave. You access calm more quickly. You recover faster. You move through difficulty with greater clarity. And the biggest transformation? You no longer fear overwhelm. You know where to go. You know how to return. You know the way back to yourself. A mental refuge is the quiet superpower of the emotionally strong a sanctuary you build within, a place no one can take from you, a place that grows deeper with every moment of practice. From this sanctuary, the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery begins to rise. As you build a mental refuge, an inner sanctuary you can return to in moments of overwhelm, you begin experiencing something many people never feel: the quiet confidence of knowing you can calm yourself from the inside out. But even with this inner refuge, another truth stands before you. Emotional strength isn't built only in real-time reactions. It's also built in reflection, deep, honest, unfiltered reflection. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They believed that each day teaches you something about yourself, whether you realize it or not. But if you never review the day, you lose the lessons. The emotions fade, the insights disappear, the patterns remain unchallenged, and over time you repeat the same reactions, the same mistakes, the same emotional spirals, simply because you never paused long enough to study them. This is where the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery enters: the evening emotional autopsy. An autopsy is not punishment, it is examination, it is clarity, it is understanding the cause of emotional injuries so you don't repeat them unconsciously. It is dissecting your day, not with judgment, but with honest curiosity. The evening emotional autopsy is the quiet ritual of reviewing your emotional moments from the day and understanding what truly happened beneath the surface. It's a practice of self-awareness that helps you grow faster than time alone could ever allow. This ritual begins with stillness, the same kind of stillness your mental refuge taught you to cultivate. Not dramatic, not ceremonial, just a few slow breaths at the end of the day. A moment where the world stops demanding and your mind finally has space to look inward. The first step is asking yourself a simple but revealing question: where did I lose myself today? Maybe it was a tone that irritated you. Maybe it was a silence that felt like rejection. Maybe it was an unexpected change that triggered fear. Maybe it was a mistake that invited shame. Maybe it was someone else's mood that you absorbed. Maybe it was a moment where you abandoned your boundaries. These small emotional slips are easy to ignore in the moment, but they shape you more than you realize. When you review them without shame, they stop being sources of confusion and start becoming sources of wisdom. The next step of the emotional autopsy is exploring the why behind the reaction. Why did this moment affect me so much? What story did I tell myself? What insecurity was touched? What need was activated? What fear was hiding underneath? You're not trying to fix the emotion, you're trying to understand its origin, because understanding dissolves emotional illusions. Maybe your irritation wasn't about the situation, it was about exhaustion. Maybe your jealousy wasn't about the person, it was about a part of yourself you've been neglecting. Maybe your sadness wasn't about the event, it was about an old wound resurfacing. Maybe your anger wasn't about disrespect, it was about feeling unheard for too long. Each emotion has roots. The autopsy helps you find them. Another layer of this ritual is identifying the moments you handled well, not just the mistakes. Where did I stay calm? Where did I choose patience? Where did I show courage? Where did I hold a boundary? Where did I choose understanding over reaction? These small internal victories often go unnoticed, but recognizing them strengthens your emotional identity. You begin seeing yourself not just as someone who struggles, but as someone who is growing, with consistency, with intention, with discipline. The emotional autopsy is also an opportunity to correct the narrative you carried throughout the day. Maybe something felt like rejection, but in reflection, you see it wasn't personal. Maybe something felt like failure, but later you realize it was simply a learning step. Maybe something felt overwhelming, but looking back, you handled more than you gave yourself credit for. Reflection refines perception. A powerful part of this ritual is asking yourself, if this moment happened again tomorrow, how would the stronger version of me respond? This question does more than analyze. It rehearses. It primes the mind. It prepares your emotional responses for the next day. It plants seeds of improvement before the situation even arrives. The Stoics didn't review their days to judge themselves. They reviewed them to prepare for the next sunrise. Another essential part of the emotional autopsy is releasing what does not need to be carried into tomorrow. Many people sleep with the weight of unresolved emotions lodged in their chest, but the evening is a natural boundary, a chance to let the day end inside your mind as well. You can tell yourself, I don't need to carry this forward. This moment is done. This emotion belongs to today, not tomorrow. This mistake has been learned from. The emotional autopsy becomes a cleansing, a clearing, a reset, and perhaps the most transformative aspect. This ritual teaches you to be honest with yourself without being cruel to yourself. You review your day with compassion, not condemnation. You observe your emotional patterns without labeling yourself as broken. You explore your mistakes without drowning in guilt. This soft honesty is what allows real growth. Over time, the evening emotional autopsy becomes one of the most grounding habits you will ever practice. You stop repeating the same emotional cycles because you understand them. You stop waking up heavy because you processed what weighed on you. You stop fearing your emotions because you meet them with clarity instead of avoidance. Your days become cleaner. Your mind becomes lighter. Your emotional world becomes more predictable. Your reactions become more intentional. Your sense of self becomes stronger. This is the Stoic ritual that sharpens emotional intelligence like nothing else, night after night, gently shaping you into someone more aware, more stable, and more in control of yourself. And from this nightly clarity, the next layer of emotional mastery takes shape with even deeper depth. As you practice the evening emotional autopsy, dissecting your day with honesty, compassion, and clarity, you begin noticing something you may have missed your whole life. Not all the emotions you felt today actually belonged to you. Some were absorbed, some were inherited from the moods of others, some were borrowed from the tension in the room, some were picked up from someone else's fears, frustrations, anxieties, or disappointments. Most people spend their days carrying emotional weight that wasn't theirs to hold in the first place. And this leads to the next layer of Stoic emotional mastery, the art of refusing emotional contagion. Emotional contagion is the human tendency to absorb the emotions of the people around us, often unconsciously. You walk into a room with tension, and suddenly you feel tense. A friend is anxious, and your chest tightens. Someone is angry, and now your thoughts speed up. Someone complains, and now your mood sinks. This happens not because you're weak, but because the human nervous system is naturally wired for mirroring. But mirroring without awareness creates emotional instability. Refusing emotional contagion is not about becoming distant, numb, or uncaring. It is the practice of maintaining sovereignty over your internal state, even when surrounded by others whose inner worlds are chaotic. It is the ability to stay grounded in yourself while others lose themselves in their own storms. It begins with this understanding: your emotions are yours.
Their emotions are theirs, and the two do not need to merge.
Most people never learn this. They walk through the world with their emotional doors wide open, letting anything and everything enter. But open doors invite chaos. Boundaries, internal ones, create stability.
The first step in refusing emotional contagion is recognizing when your emotional state shifts because of someone else. This requires awareness. It means noticing when.
Your mood changes as soon as someone enters the room. Your energy drops after a conversation. Your anxiety spikes because someone else is panicking. Your mind becomes restless because someone else is spiraling. Your hope dims because someone else is cynical. These moments are signals. You have absorbed something that was not yours. The next step is creating internal separation, reminding yourself silently, this is their emotion, not my identity. This is their storm, not my sky. This is their energy, not my responsibility. This simple inner statement creates a mental barrier between your emotional space and theirs. It turns your awareness into a filter instead of a sponge. Refusing emotional contagion doesn't mean ignoring people's feelings. It means holding empathy without internalizing their chaos. You can be compassionate without carrying their fear. You can listen without absorbing. You can be present without drowning. Another layer of this mastery is understanding that not everyone knows how to regulate themselves. Some people live in permanent emotional storms. Some release their frustration onto everyone near them. Some don't notice how their negativity affects others. Some don't know how to process their own stress, so they spill it outward. If you absorb their emotional turbulence, you become collateral damage in battles that were never yours to fight. The art is in staying grounded, remaining the calm presence even when others are not. One powerful practice is energetic distancing, stepping back internally without leaving physically. It means softening your emotional openness, slowing your breath, and mentally observing rather than participating. This creates a buffer, a protective emotional layer that prevents their emotions from blending with yours. Refusing emotional contagion also requires understanding your triggers. People's emotions affect you most deeply when they touch something unhealed in you. Someone's anger triggers your childhood fear. Someone's silence triggers your abandonment wound. Someone's insecurity triggers your own unresolved self-doubt. When you know your vulnerabilities, you can guard them instead of letting other people's feelings activate them. Another profound element of this practice is refusing to match someone else's emotional frequency. If they are anxious, you don't need to become anxious. If they are angry, you don't need to mirror their intensity. If they are negative, you don't need to lose your hope. Matching someone's chaos doesn't help them, and it destroys your peace. Your stability is more healing than your emotional mimicry. A deeper part of refusing emotional contagion is recognizing that you are responsible for your emotional oxygen mask. If you lose yourself in other people's storms, you can't show up for them or for yourself. You maintain your clarity so you can respond effectively instead of reacting reflexively. At its highest level, refusing emotional contagion becomes an act of identity. You decide who you are, even in the presence of other people's moods. You decide how you feel, even when the emotional environment is unstable. You decide your emotional tone, not the world around you. And something beautiful starts to happen. People begin to rely on your steadiness. They feel calmer around you. They feel grounded in your presence. You become a stabilizing force, not because you absorb their emotions, but because you refuse to abandon your own center. Over time, this discipline transforms your entire emotional life. You stop being drained by others. You stop carrying moods that aren't yours. You stop feeling responsible for other people's emotional experiences. You stop losing your peace to someone else's chaos.
And most importantly, you begin living from your own emotional truth, not someone else's instability.
This is the Stoic art of emotional autonomy, the ability to care without collapsing, to understand without absorbing, and to remain centered in a world that constantly pulls people off balance. And from this autonomy, the next layer of emotional mastery begins to take shape. As you learn to refuse emotional contagion, keeping your inner world clean even while others spill their chaos, you begin discovering a deeper challenge, one that sits quietly beneath almost every form of anxiety, the discomfort of not knowing. The human mind craves answers. It wants certainty, clarity, closure, explanation, resolution. But life doesn't work on those terms. The world often gives silence instead of answers, distance instead of clarity, loose ends instead of closure. And for many people, uncertainty is unbearable. It sends the mind spiraling into assumptions, overthinking, fear, and self-blame. But emotional strength reaches a new level when you train yourself to withstand unanswered questions without losing your peace. This is the Stoic discipline of learning to stand in the unknown without letting your mind destroy you. Unanswered questions come in many forms. Why did they pull away? Did I do something wrong? What happens next? Why did this end? Will things work out? What are they thinking? Why hasn't life given me clarity yet? These questions don't hurt because of the words. They hurt because they highlight your lack of control. The ego does not fear the truth. It fears not having one. This is where the inner work begins. The first step in training yourself to withstand unanswered questions is accepting that uncertainty is not a sign of danger. Most people treat uncertainty as a threat, something that must be resolved immediately. But uncertainty is simply a space where reality has not revealed itself yet. It is neutral, it is open, it is unfinished. Your mind is the one that fills it with fear. When you stop interpreting uncertainty as danger, the emotional intensity begins to soften. The next layer is recognizing that unanswered questions are often more about your past than your present. Silence can trigger abandonment wounds. Lack of clarity can trigger old insecurities. Unpredictability can trigger childhood fears. Your mind reacts not to the question, but to the familiar pain it resembles. When you understand this, uncertainty becomes less intimidating because you separate the present from the past. Another key part of this discipline is letting go of the illusion that answers bring peace. People often think, if I just knew the truth, I would feel better. But clarity doesn't always soothe you. Sometimes answers hurt more than questions. The real peace comes from acceptance, not information. It comes from trusting your ability to handle whatever the truth may be, even if you don't know what it is yet. You build that trust by reminding yourself, I can handle the unknown. I've done it before. I'm doing it now. Another layer of this practice is resisting the urge to create your own answers. When the mind can't get clarity, it manufactures it through assumptions, worst-case scenarios, exaggerated fears, harmful narratives. But these imagined answers create far more suffering than the uncertainty ever could. Training yourself to stay with the question, not inventing an answer, is emotional maturity. You learn to say, I don't know yet, and that's okay. I don't have the answer, and I don't need one right now. The truth will reveal itself when it's ready. This mental stance reduces panic and strengthens patience. A deeper part of this skill is choosing presence over prediction. Unanswered questions pull you into the future, a place filled with imagined outcomes and invented fears. But emotional strength comes from grounding yourself in the present moment. What is true right now? What is within my control today? What do I need in this moment, not in the future? Bringing your attention back to the present breaks the spell of uncertainty. Another essential part of withstanding unanswered questions is learning to hold emotional tension without relieving it prematurely. Most people rush to resolve discomfort. They reach out, over-explain, seek reassurance, push for closure, demand answers. But this chase often leads to more confusion. True strength is sitting in the tension without forcing resolution. This doesn't mean tolerating disrespect or ambiguity forever. It means not letting anxiety make your decisions for you. There's also a profound empowerment in choosing not to chase answers that are not available. When someone withdraws, you don't chase. When life withholds clarity, you don't beg. When a situation is unclear, you don't force it. This patience protects your dignity and preserves your emotional energy. And here is a truth few people realize. Unanswered questions reveal more about you than the answers ever could. They show you your relationship with control, with uncertainty, with trust, with fear. They expose the parts of you that still need healing. They refine your inner strength in ways easy moments never could. Over time, as you practice withstanding the unknown, something powerful happens. You stop fearing uncertainty. You stop needing immediate resolution. You stop interpreting silence as rejection. You stop filling gaps with negativity. You develop an emotional resilience that allows you to move forward even without perfect clarity. You realize that you don't need all the answers to live your life well. You simply need the courage to stay centered inside the questions. This is stoic calm in its purest form, holding yourself steady even when life offers no explanation, no reassurance, no guarantees. And from this steadiness, the next layer of emotional mastery quietly begins to rise. As you grow stronger in your ability to withstand unanswered questions, you begin to notice a deeper shift happening inside you. Something subtle, something freeing, something few people ever experience. You stop requiring certainty to feel stable. You stop needing closure to breathe calmly. You stop chasing answers to calm your mind. And when this happens, a new form of emotional strength becomes possible, the freedom that comes from non-attachment to outcomes. This is one of the most difficult Stoic disciplines, not because it's complicated, but because it goes against everything modern life teaches you. The world tells you to cling tightly to your goals, your expectations, your plans, your desires. To grip outcomes with both hands. To measure your worth by results. To judge your progress by external success. But attachment creates fragility. The more tightly you hold something, the easier it is for life to hurt you. Non-attachment doesn't mean indifference. It doesn't mean you stop caring, stop trying, or stop hoping. Non-attachment means you stop making your peace depend on things you cannot fully control. It means you show up fully, but you don't collapse if things unfold differently than you imagined. This is emotional freedom in its purest form. The first step in practicing non-attachment is recognizing the illusion of control. You can influence your effort, but not the result. You can express your truth, but not control how it's received. You can nurture a relationship, but not guarantee its future. You can prepare for opportunity, but not force timing. And yet people suffer not because outcomes fail, but because they believed they had the power to dictate those outcomes.
When you release the illusion of control, outcomes lose their ability to break you.
The next layer is shifting your focus from outcomes to alignment. Instead of obsessing over how things should unfold, you ask yourself,
did I act from clarity? Did I stay true to my values? Did I give my best with what I had? Did I honor myself in the process?
These questions anchor you in the only place where your power truly exists: your actions, your character, your intention. When you evaluate yourself by alignment instead of results, you stop tying your worth to external events. Another powerful part of non-attachment is learning to hold your desires lightly. You are allowed to want things deeply, passionately, honestly. But wanting something is different from needing it to validate your identity. Wanting inspires action. Needing creates desperation. Non-attachment means you pursue your desires with commitment, but you do not let them define you. It sounds like, I want this, but I can still be whole without it. I hope for this, but I won't force it. I'm moving toward this, but I'm not enslaved to it. This is where emotional maturity grows. A deeper element of non-attachment is trusting the process more than the outcome. Trusting that effort compounds even when results don't appear immediately. Trusting that disappointments often become redirections. Trusting that some outcomes must fall apart so better ones can emerge. Trusting that timing has its own intelligence. Trusting that you can adapt, adjust, and rise regardless of what happens externally. This trust frees you from the anxiety of constantly measuring the future. Another essential layer is releasing entitlement. The belief that life should reward you just because you worked hard or cared deeply. Life makes no such promises. You can plant seeds, but you cannot control the weather. Non-attachment means you pour your heart into the planting and you meet the harvest, whatever it is, with grace. It is the ability to say, I honor the effort. I release the outcome. This is not defeat. This is liberation. Non-attachment also changes how you relate to people. You stop clinging to relationships out of fear. You stop over-interpreting every shift in someone's behavior. You stop trying to control how others see you. You stop tying your emotional stability to someone else's actions. When you release the attachment to how relationships must unfold, you experience connection more openly, more honestly, more cleanly. Attachment suffocates connection. Non-attachment frees it. Another profound aspect is how non-attachment changes your relationship with failure. Failure loses its sting because your identity isn't attached to outcomes. It becomes information, not condemnation. It becomes part of the process, not the end of it. When failure cannot threaten your worth, you become braver, more creative, more willing to try again. And perhaps the most powerful transformation, non-attachment, gives you emotional resilience. Because when you're not gripping tightly, you bend instead of break. You adapt instead of collapse. You learn instead of panic. You grow instead of resist. You breathe instead of suffocate. The world no longer feels like a battlefield you must conquer. It becomes a landscape you can navigate with calm clarity. Over time, practicing non-attachment creates a version of you that is steady, flexible, grounded, and free. Your peace is no longer held hostage by circumstances. Your happiness is no longer dependent on perfect outcomes. Your strength is no longer fragile. You walk through life with open hands, not clenched fists. This is Stoic freedom, giving your full effort without giving away your inner peace. And from this freedom, the next layer of emotional mastery emerges even more naturally. As you begin practicing non-attachment, showing up fully while releasing your grip on outcomes, you start to feel something rare, something almost paradoxical. Life stops feeling like a series of battles to win and starts feeling more like a path you're walking with clarity. Disappointments still hurt, but they don't destroy you. Uncertainty still appears, but it doesn't control you. And slowly, a deeper truth dawns. Peace does not come from getting what you want. It comes from embracing what is. This is where the next Stoic principle unfolds, one of the most profound of them all, amor fati, the power of loving what happens. Most people resist this idea. They can accept what happens. They can tolerate it. They can endure it. But to love what happens, to embrace it, to welcome it as something meant for them, that feels impossible to a mind that has been trained to fear discomfort, resent change, and resist reality. But amor fati is not naive positivity. It is not pretending everything is beautiful. It is not forcing yourself to enjoy pain. Amor fati is something far deeper. It is the radical acceptance that every moment, good, bad, easy, difficult, is part of your path, and that your path is shaping you into exactly who you were meant to become. When you adopt this mindset, life stops being an enemy. Reality stops feeling like a threat. Every moment becomes material for growth, refinement, resilience, wisdom, and strength. Amor fati begins with understanding that you cannot change what already is. The moment has already arrived. It has already unfolded. Resistance can't undo it. Anger can't reverse it. Wishing things were different only wastes your energy and increases your suffering. Acceptance is the doorway to peace. But amor fati goes one step further. It doesn't just accept the moment, it cooperates with it. The first step toward loving what happens is releasing the belief that life should always match your expectations. When you stop demanding that life obey your preferences, disappointments stop feeling like betrayals. They become part of the flow, part of the process, part of your story, not interruptions to it. The next layer is seeing difficulty as training, not punishment. Life strengthens you through friction. The same way muscles grow through resistance, character grows through challenge. Amor fati recognizes that the moments you didn't want were often the moments that shaped you the most. Think about the hardest things you've survived. You grew, you learned, you matured. You discovered strength you didn't know you had. Without those moments, you would not be who you are right now. Amor fati honors that truth. Another powerful element is shifting from "Why is this happening to me?" to "What is this trying to grow in me?" This question changes everything. It transforms suffering into meaning. It transforms setbacks into direction. It transforms chaos into clarity. Suddenly, life doesn't feel random anymore. It feels intentional. A deeper layer of amor fati is trusting the timing of your life, trusting that delays teach patience, that endings make room for beginnings, that uncertainty builds courage, that loss creates space for connection, that rejection realigns your path, that obstacles sharpen your resilience. Loving what happens means believing, even without proof, that the moment is serving you in ways you may only understand later. Another aspect is learning to see beauty in imperfection. Life will never align perfectly with your desires. People will disappoint, plans will shift, emotions will fluctuate. But when you choose amor fati, you stop waiting for perfection to feel grateful. You start appreciating life as it is, raw, unpredictable, human. Gratitude grows when you stop demanding flawlessness. Amor fati also softens fear. When you stop running from reality and start embracing it, life loses its power to intimidate you. You develop courage, not the loud kind, but the quiet kind that whispers, "Whatever happens, I will meet it with strength." This is not delusion or denial. It is the kind of inner confidence that comes from no longer resisting the flow of life. Another profound shift happens when you realize that loving what happens doesn't reduce your ambition, it purifies it. You still pursue goals, you still take action, you still grow. But your ambition becomes lighter, cleaner, grounded in purpose rather than panic. You stop chasing outcomes from a place of fear and start walking your path from a place of trust. Over time, practicing amor fati gives you a kind of emotional invincibility. When things go well, you appreciate them deeply. When they don't, you learn from them. Nothing breaks you. Nothing derails your spirit. Nothing feels like a personal attack from the universe. Life becomes a partner, not an opponent. You start saying, "This moment is mine, even if it wasn't what I wanted. I will work with this, not against it. I trust that there is meaning here. I accept the shape of this moment. I walk forward with all of it, not just the easy parts." This is the power of loving what happens, not as blind optimism, but as profound resilience. The world becomes less frightening. Your emotions become less reactive. Your heart becomes more open. Your mind becomes more flexible. Your spirit becomes unbreakable. In the end, emotional strength isn't something you stumble into. It's something you build, quietly, patiently, deliberately. One choice at a time, one moment at a time, one inner victory at a time. The world will always be unpredictable. People will always be imperfect. Life will always shift beneath your feet. But you now carry something far more powerful than control over the world. You carry control over yourself. If there's one truth Stoicism teaches us, it's this: peace doesn't arrive when life gets easier. Peace arrives when you get stronger. And every practice you've learned here, every discipline, every perspective, every shift, strengthens the part of you that no chaos can reach. So take this wisdom with you. Plant it in your days. Let it shape your reactions, your choices, your breath, your inner world. And whenever life becomes loud or heavy, return to these lessons and remember, strength begins not with controlling the world, but with mastering the self who walks through it. Until next time, keep choosing clarity, keep choosing calm, keep choosing yourself.